No time at all. What a sensational start this from Bordeaux. Hammerheads go fast. Bringing the ball back through the ruck to the hands of the big 14. And into touch. We'll have a Bordeaux line out on the far side. Free kick Bordeaux. And the scrum half goes again. Oh, he's been a threat all through this game so far. And with the outrageous dummy, he's through. Oh, he sold that dummy to the entire Hammerhead side. And every single one bought it as he came absolutely flying through. 28 points to 0, Bordeaux Beg lead. Half time, and that is a sensational start to this tournament. Half time here. Bordeaux Beg lead 28-0 against Hammerheads, who have had it really tough here. They've barely been able to find possession. Such has been the electric performance of Hammerheads so far. Now, while we've got a bit of time just to run you through how today is going to work. This is the men's open competition. We've got two men's competitions, the men's open and the men's social. We also have the women's open competition, and there is also a netball, mixed netball competition going on today. Last night we had the inaugural touch tournament as well, just to kick things off, which was pretty good fun. We're going to be here on pitch 1 all day. We go back-to-back men's open games, followed by back-to-back women's open games, and then it's back to the men's open, back to the women's, and so on until we hit the big time knockout stuff this afternoon. So it's going to be a big day. The knockouts start 3:20 by our reckoning. Although the first one on the live stream will be the Women's Cup quarter-final at 3:40. We'll be going all the way through. It's a later finish than was originally scheduled. Which, not ideal for those of us that need to get trains, but great for those of you watching at home. We will finish up the final two games of the day. 6:20 will be the Women's Cup final, and at 6:40 will be the Men's Cup final. All here on pitch 1. We're also going to have before that the bowl final for both competitions, as well as the men's social final. So it's going to be a big finish here. But we've got a long way to go until then. We are just at half time in this first game of the day. Bordeaux Beg leading Hammerheads 28 points to 0, and Bordeaux Beg securing possession from the kickoff right away. Bordeaux starting exactly where they left off, although just as I say that, commentators curse, they knock it on, and Hammerheads will have a scrum and a chance just to get themselves some sort of a foothold in this game. Hammerheads make the early move. Getting it right to the outside, but they are tackled so brilliantly by Bordeaux Beg. So they chip it through. I believe they've just been handed a Bordeaux Beg team sheet as well, which is going to allow me to talk about Antoine Poussin, the number 4. Been playing scrum half in the first half, and he was absolutely sensational. He's off the field at the moment though, and Hammerheads are in possession, taking it into contact with number 3. Strong competition on the floor, but the referee says it's illegal. He's playing advantage to Hammerheads, who spin it wide, but spin it wide into touch. So we'll come back for that penalty. Time knocked on in the tackle, and they are finding it oh so tough to break down the men in white from Bordeaux. Frantic substitutions being made by the Bordeaux coaching staff. The question you really have to ask is, at this time of year, who on earth from France is coming on holiday to the UK? Madness. What's not madness is the fact that they are looking early on like they might be going home with a bit of silverware. Absolutely flying start to this tournament, the Norwich Sevens Festival. Bordeaux storming around the outside, and it's going to be a 5th try. Victor Gaillon with the try, and it was the gas around the outside that did it. Outstanding. What a try. Bordeaux Beg. Absolutely fantastic. Kicking off then. Tom Higueras hangs it high. Difficult one for Hammerheads to deal with, and it lands in Bordeaux Beg hands. Storming through the middle of the ruck come Hammerheads, but the ball bounces the way of Bordeaux. And stepping inside they go, get the offload away, and now they get it wide out, almost intercepted. Just accidental, I think, but they're going to get through for the try anyway. Leonard Busquets. And this is becoming a very, very tough start to the day for Hammerheads, and a very, very, very impressive start to the day from Bordeaux Beg. Hammerheads actually did get a yellow card for that knock on that was adjudged to be deliberate. So they go quick. Conversion was made for that try, by the way. 35-0 Bordeaux lead, and a man to the good at the moment, although Hammerheads are in possession. Can they do something here? The furthest up the field they've been all game, it seems. Pushing, probing. There are just no gaps in this defence, and now Bordeaux get over the ball, turned over brilliantly. Luca Lima into the hands of Tom Higueras. They go blind, they've got numbers and space, blind. They're going to go for pace, in and then out from the number 14, gets it back inside to the try scorer, Busquets. Receives the offload again, and Busquets is in a race to the line, and Busquets is going to score 2 in 45 seconds. Leonard Busquets. A clinical finish to what has been a clinical performance from this Bordeaux Beg development side. Stunning play. From the moment they looked to that blind side with Enzo El-Assad. (42-0). I think we're moving towards last play of the game territory. But 42-0, this has been astonishing, and El-Assad is going to run home. This is stunning. 47-0, conversion to come. I think the conversion is going to be adjudged to be the last play of the game. And that is the final whistle. Bordeaux Beg win the game by a stunning 49-0 margin over Hammerheads. What a sensational start to this Norwich Sevens Festival. That is Hammerheads. Well, it's a tough opener, but Bordeaux Beg, they have marked themselves out as the team to watch in this tournament early on. What a start to Group 1. Full time here. Bordeaux Beg development 49, Hammerheads 0. Next up then here on pitch number 1, OxFam Crusaders against Wise Monkeys. Should be another cracking game. Both teams look as though they are ready and waiting to go. Just to give you a result from another pitch, over on pitch 2, Speranza 22 beat Dardanites 45-14. Strong start that from Speranza. Elsewhere, we've had 99s against Ace of Spades, Norwich Rugby versus 3 Stallions. So, up next, OxFam Crusaders against Wise Monkeys. OxFam Crusaders are on the left-hand side of your screens, in the green and in the blue and pink Starry Night shirts. On the right-hand side, we've got Wise Monkeys. And it's an early error from OxFam Crusaders. Kick doesn't go 10, so Wise Monkeys will have a free kick on the halfway. Men's Open competition this is. We're staying in Group 1, by the way. Group 1, Norwich, Bordeaux Beg, OxFam, Wise Monkeys and Hammerheads. And OxFam Crusaders, as I was reading you out the group stage, they weren't thinking of such technicalities, sorry. They were charging down the left-hand side for the opening try of the game. A strong start from OxFam Crusaders. Conversion doesn't quite go. So it's a 5-0 lead for OxFam Crusaders. Well, in the early stages in this Group A as well. But just to let you know, actually, before I get into that, there are 2 groups in this men's competition. It's a slightly revised schedule, obviously train strikes having a bit of an impact on a few teams getting here. So a rejigged order. We've gone from 3 groups to 2. It's now 2 groups of 5. Group A, Norwich, Bordeaux, OxFam, Wise Monkeys and Hammerheads. Group B, Speranza 22, Dardanites, British Army, Midlands Mob and Bombers 7s. And I tell you what, Group A, that opening performance from Bordeaux rather, has marked them out as the team to watch. But these 2 are going to be keen to make their mark as well. OxFam Crusaders currently leading 5 points to 0. Interception almost made. But in the end, knock-ons both sides. We'll have a scrum down, OxFam ball.
Hey, T-shirt, how you doing?
Good, thanks, how are you?
Yeah, all right, mate, all right. Keeping well?
Not bad, yeah.
Good. Chris? All right, mate.
Sadly, no team sheets for either of these. If anyone's watching the stream, do encourage your mates and teammates to send in the team sheets to our commentary position. We want to give you a shout out as much as possible. No point being live if you can't tell your granny it was you, is there?
Who are these 2 anyway?
OxFam Crusaders with the penalty.
Who are what?
Moving it as much as they can. Good defensive line this from Wise Monkeys.
Right.
So good that they've turned the ball over. Can they counter? OxFam have managed to get their numbers even in defence. Big clear out from Wise Monkeys. Stepping inside, looking to get the offload away. The offload goes, no, the referee says it was just forward. And sadly, I think he might have been right.
They're a professional 7 side.
One of these funny days here at Norwich Rugby Club. Sort of muggy is how I describe the setting. Yeah. Not quite hot, not quite cold. Get the feeling that I'm going to be regretting trousers come the afternoon. Yeah, should have gone for shorts. Rookie error. OxFam pull the ball back inside. Classic 7s move, and now the step round the outside, and the number 6 is going to burn away into the corner. Oh, and he's done them underneath the, over the dead ball line as well. He's done them. Steps back inside, makes the conversion that little bit easier. Glorious try there. It was classic 7s, just the ball back inside to the outside man. And then just a hard step off the left to go around the outside. Everyone expecting him to hit the angle back in. Conversion won't go. So Oxford lead. OxFam rather. OxFam Crusaders lead 10 points to 0 against Wise Monkeys. We're almost 5 minutes into this. The second game of the day here at Norwich Rugby Club, the Norwich Sevens Festival. We are set for a glorious day, and I tell you what, everyone that's bought their tickets is here for a glorious night as well. OxFam look like they're going to be in for a third. It's back-to-back tries for the number 6. This time he's underneath the posts. And this time, I think we can safely say that a conversion is likely to follow. Bit of a warm-up going on in the background. I almost followed the wrong ball there. I thought he passed it from behind the try line, but it looks as though that was someone warming up behind him. The joys of Sevens festivals, eh? As I was saying though, in for a pretty fun evening for all of these guys and girls that are here tonight. You might be able to see in the background when we pan to the left-hand side at some point later on in this game that the stage is being set for the music in the background. There's a couple of live bands, barbecue, drinks, all sorts. All the teams are camping overnight, just as well really, given the trains. Plenty of them camped last night as well. There was a big party after the Touch tournament.
Yeah.
Plenty of fun and games to be had. Fun and games on the pitch for OxFam Crusaders at the moment. 17 points to 0 up. A bit of time left in this first half yet. Wise Monkeys looking to make their mark before the half is over though. Playing in the tight channels but finding a bit of space down this right hand side. Covered off well by OxFam. That's a great tackle around the ankles. Offside though, sadly. Oh, ball spilled. Oh, and away, OxFam Crusaders. Oh, it's so unfortunate for Wise Monkeys. Their first real spell of attacking possession. And the ball ends up getting spilled. And OxFam stroll home for their 4th try of the game. And that, I think, is going to take us into half-time. A tough way for the half to end for Wise Monkeys. It is indeed going to be half-time. Conversion is made, so it's a 24-0 lead at half-time to OxFam Crusaders. Wise Monkeys in a bit of a hole right now, but in this game of sevens, things can change at any moment. Half-time, OxFam Crusaders 24, Wise Monkeys 0. Do ignore the graphic on our screen, we're just updating it. There you go, we're incorrect now. OxFam Crusaders against Wise Monkeys. So, half-time gives us a chance to look ahead to some of the games that are coming up. 10:40 is the next round of games. And here on pitch 1, we're going to be going for our first taste of the women's action of the day, and it'll be Savvy Panthers against Shelford. Savvy Panthers, we've seen a lot of this summer, haven't we? Here on NextGen15, we've followed them through the Super 7 series where we saw some fantastic performances. We've seen them at a couple of other tournaments as well, so they're definitely a team to look out for. But look out for Shelford as well. One of our former colleagues, Rhiannon Chandler-Day, used to play for Shelford. So we'll give Rhiannon a bit of a shout out in case she's watching from her new home in Switzerland. Focus at the moment though is on the men's open, And on OxFam Crusaders against Wise Monkeys, and OxFam Crusaders, well, they finished the first half with a try, and they are going to start the second half with a try. They're 5th of the game, and OxFam Crusaders are enjoying life here in Norfolk this morning. Well, Wise Monkeys would have been hoping to draw first blood in this second half, try and get some kind of a footing in the game. But instead, it's OxFam who have picked up exactly where they left off. 5 tries to the good now. 29 points to 0 up. An absolutely stunning performance and a stunning restart that is. Collected well by Wise Monkeys. They've done really well there because that kickoff was absolutely on the money. But perhaps now Wise Monkeys will get their chance. I take it back. I thought that a penalty had been awarded to Wise Monkeys, but in fact it looks as though it's a yellow card to Wise Monkeys. Penalty against them. And OxFam Crusaders, well, if it wasn't already going swimmingly enough, it's going even better now. 29-0 up and a player to the good. But Wise Monkeys paying no heed to that. On the attack they go. Oh, what a fantastic tackle from OxFam Crusaders. Absolutely crushing tackle to end that brief fleeting moment of attack from Wise Monkeys. Well, Group 1 really has seen 2 sides come absolutely out of blocks flying, hasn't it? In that first game we saw Bordeaux run rampant, and here in the second game OxFam Crusaders are running rampant as well, although they've just conceded a penalty. So Wise Monkeys gets a delicious offload away, but it doesn't quite go to hand, and that means that OxFam Crusaders are on the counter again. They've got a 3-on-1 here on the outside, out to the 2 try scoring number 6, and it's going to be a hat-trick. It's going to be a hat-trick indeed for OxFam Crusaders, number 6. Their 6th try of the game, his 3rd. What a shout out as well, I've just noticed. Running onto the field, the OxFam Crusaders physio, who I've had the pleasure of working with in the past, Kai, a fantastic physio. Always has the factor 50 on him. An important quality in a physio, that is. Especially in these Summer Sevens tournaments. Look at the gas there on the outside from the number 6 for OxFam Crusaders. He's got a feeling of a Ben Smith type player, hasn't he? Doesn't look like he's going to be electric. Doesn't look like a huge threat, and then suddenly he starts moving. And by the time you've worked out what's going on, it's all too late. And his try has given his side 34-0 lead, and they're on the attack again. This is just a sensational start to the tournament from OxFam Crusaders. Through they go again. Oh, it's getting all too easy now, isn't it? OxFam are loving life here at the moment. Conversions made. 41-0 up they go, and there's still plenty of time left in this game, let me tell you. Back up to even numbers. And the card is over. I've just been handed the Barry Foxes team sheet, by the way. Barry Foxes, who are the ladies team from Bury St Edmunds Rugby Club. The description of their shirts: purple Joe Marler tops. So we'll be looking out excitedly for the purple Joe Marler tops. I'm wondering if these have the face of Joe Marler on them. Are they made by Joe Marler? If anyone knows anything about Joe Marler tops, do give me a shout. Bit of a delay here towards the end of this game. Bit of a knock to one of the Wise Monkeys players. Someone asking us if we have a medic. Sadly, we're not the organisers of the competition. We don't know. Certainly hope there is. Well, it's been a sensational start to the tournament. Hopefully the injured player is okay. Two absolutely astonishing performances to get things kicked off. We saw Bordeaux beg with that the early kick-off with an absolutely barnstorming victory, 49-0, and it looks like OxFam Crusaders are going to follow suit in the same group. 41-0 up they are against Wise Monkeys, and there's probably a good 30 seconds at least to go in this game, so they could yet top that score. As more team sheets come in, this is very exciting. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, keep those team sheets rolling in if you're watching the live stream. I will happily stop talking to receive your team sheets. So, as I say, after this game we're going to be moving back across to the women's competition, which should be a really, really good competition, the Women's Open. Actually, we've had a fair sighting of a lot of the teams in recent times, and should be a high quality event. Just to run you through some of the scores though from that opening tournament, UBB Development's actually been adjudged to 52-0 they won against Hammerheads, absolutely outstanding. Speranza 22 beat Dardanites 45-14. 99s beat Ace of Spades 31-0. And the referee has decided that at 41-0, with the injury on the field and about 30 seconds left to go, that he is going to call time on this game early. And why not? The result was done, the result was dusted, and the result was OxFam Crusaders 41, Wise Monkeys 0. An absolutely outstanding start to the competition from OxFam Crusaders, but of course the most important thing at this moment in time is that we all wish the injured player well. He's got some good medical attention with him. I've seen him shake a couple of hands from his prone position on the floor, so I'm hoping this is nothing more than precautionary, but of course the medic's taking absolutely no chances with a head or neck injury, giving him all the time in the world to just check he's okay. Hopefully we'll be up and running quite soon with our third game of the day here on pitch 1, but if not, there's plenty of action yet to come. So just to let you know, next up, Savvy Panthers taking on Shelford in the women's competition. We're going to have a chat with one of the Wise Monkeys players while we wait for things to take up. Their man, of course, one of the injured players. And we've got George from Wise Monkeys, who we're just going to have a word with. George, tough opening game that for your boys, but most important thing, how's your mate getting on?
Yeah, I think it's all good.
Certainly probably does rule them out for the rest of the day, but maybe he'll be all right for a little bit of a dance later. We'll find out. Tough opening game, but plenty more to come.
Yeah, it was a tough game to start off. We had a bit of a mixed match of teams this morning, last minute dropouts. But yeah, like kind of what we expected. OxFam a great team, great. They moved the ball well. So yeah, we'll come back and try and practice a few things and see what we can do.
Well, you've got plenty more games left in the tank to go. There's lots and lots to come. How long till your next one?
I think we've got a while now. I think it's the afternoon, so got at least 2 hours of practice to go.
Bit of practice, bit of a kip. Catch up on a few of last night's misses.
That's it, isn't it?
Good stuff, George. Right, well, good luck for the rest of the day, and we'll catch up with you later on. So, we've got a few players on the pitch now. It looks like that game is almost ready to get underway. We're just waiting for the injured player to be up and off the pitch. As we've heard, though, it sounds like he's not doing too badly. And just another reminder, it's Savvy Panthers against Shelford Women, the 10:40 game. Now, I'm just going to run you through, now that we've had that first round of men's games. Men's Open, Bordeaux Beg beat Hammerheads 52-0. OxFam have beaten Wise Monkeys 48-0. Midlands Mob got the victory against Bomber Sevens. Over in the men's social, 99s beat Ace of Spades 31-0. 3 Stallions Rugby beat Norwich Rugby 42-7. And UEA men beat Old Greshamians 36-0. And indeed, Romsey Royals beat London Exiles 35-5. So the men's social been a fast start, but it's this men's open competition that has seen some electric starts through the day. As another team sheet comes in, it's very exciting news. Cheers. We're just getting the name for the team. Otherwise, we'll be assigning random teams to random names. There's an outside chance we'll get it right. You never know. Fantastic news. Another team sheet through. Thank you very much. And it's an important team sheet because it's Shelford Women that we've got the team sheet for. Now, to give you a clue before we start this game, it's going to be Savvy Panthers on the left-hand side of your screens. They're going to be in the dark shirts. And Shelford Women in the purple hoops are on the right-hand side of your screens. And we have a team sheet for Shelford Women, which is very exciting indeed. Pitch is clear. Injured player looks like he's all right. About 5 minutes behind schedule now here on pitch number 1. And we have our first Women's Open game of the day, and Savvy Panthers in possession after the Shelford kickoff. And Savvy Panthers are away early on. They've got the ball to the outside channel and they've turned the afterburners on. And number 7 in the pink boots is away for her first try of the day and her team's first try of the game. Savvy Panthers. What a start that is. As I said earlier in commentary, if you weren't tuned in before, Savvy Panthers we've seen a lot of in this Summer 7 season. We saw them throughout that Super 7 series playing some absolutely fantastic rugby. And that early season practice clearly shining through in the early stages of this game as they take a 5-0 lead. Conversion to come, and conversion absolutely banged over. 7-0 Savvy Panthers lead. One of the lesser sighted spots, seeing a bit of flirting on the touchline. Early in the day for that, isn't it? That's not going to hold down those Hammerheads players though. Savvy Panthers with the kickoff, but it's knocked on. Shelford keep possession from the scrum, taken down. Hard work this one. Savvy Panthers down the right hand side, looking for a second, get the offload away and cutting back inside. They get across the line for the try. 2 tries for Savvy Panthers. A 12-0 lead. Conversion to come. That is a fast start from Savvy Panthers. Conversion doesn't quite go, but a 12-0 lead for Savvy Panthers. Great start from them.
Angus. You all good?
Savvy Panthers to kick off then. We've been treated to some real fast starts here on pitch 1. Both of the men's open games got off like absolute rockets. And Savvy Panthers have set off like absolute rockets here as well. And they've got a conversion, they've got a penalty rather, to get started with. 2 tries to the good. Looking for a third. Doing really well to just keep possession moving, keep it flowing. Line out. To Shelford, perhaps an opportunity for Shelford to get their first spell of possession in this game. Oh, ball stolen by Savvy Panthers at the line out. Relentless on this Savvy Panthers side. Bouncing ball, sits up though, and they get it out to the wing. She's well tackled, but gets a brilliant offload away to the try scorer, the number 7, who then keeps the offload going, working so hard to keep the ball alive at Savvy Panthers, and then stepping inside and out goes the number 16. It's going to be 3 tries for Savvy Panthers. Well, I said they were a side to look out for in this competition, and my goodness are they proving to be so. What a start from Savvy Panthers. Conversion landed. Savvy Panthers 19, Shelford 0. A really, really strong start this from Savvy Panthers. And it has been an interesting start to this tournament. Some really tricky openers for a few sides. I'm wondering, are we feeling the effects of a slightly long Friday night in some quarters? Not so for the NextGenXV team at the Holiday Inn down the road. All very well behaved here at Norwich. The tents were up, and I think the drinks might have been flowing. Half time then, Savvy Panthers 19, Shelford Women 0. A tough start for Shelford Women, but an absolutely flying start for Savvy Panthers. That form we spoke of that they carried through the Super 7 series has definitely carried on through here to the Norwich Sevens Festival. A big start from Savvy Panthers, and we stay with the women's competition after this game. Second half to come, obviously, but we will then be into the 11 o'clock games. I think are going to be starting at about 11:05, but we will update you on that as and when we know. But it's Bury Foxes against West Norfolk Women. Bury Foxes and West Norfolk Women, who both have handed in team sheets, and therefore both are among my favourites to win the tournament. Shelford Women, to be fair to them, have also given us a team sheet. Sadly for them, there has been little opportunity to talk about them because Savvy Panthers have been dominant thus far. It has been a seriously impressive performance. Well, Shelford have done all the talking they need to do. They're ready to go. Referee's ready to go. Savvy Panthers just taking a little bit more time. Not quite sure what more there could be to talk about for them, really. More of the same, girls, I'd say. More of the same. They're looking ready to go now, though. Waters off the field. Ball is in the number 8's hands. Kick-off almost upon us. Savvy Panthers leading 19 points to 0. Second half is underway. And the kick-off goes over the head of Shelford and into touch. And it's going to be a line out Shelford, but it's going to be inside their own 22. And a little bit of miscommunication on that kick-off. Should probably not really have been allowed to find the space that it did, but in the end it did find that space. And we've seen Savvy Panthers cause trouble at a couple of lineouts already. Can Shelford retain possession on this one? They can. I thought the referee had said it wasn't straight, but in fact he's saying that Savvy Panthers have closed the gap. So Shelford will have a chance to attack, although they're called back because the ball didn't leave the foot from the kickoff. You see that a lot these days. I'm glad to see the referee picking up on it. Been a bugbear of mine across this 7th season. Not that I'm pernickety. Stabbed through by Shelford. chase is on, but Savvy Panthers are more than equal to the chase and are a dangerous, dangerous side on the counter as they break through the first tackle and now go scorching down the right-hand side. Can they get the offload away? They get the offload away, but it's turned over on the floor. Shelford with a chance to attack, but it's spilled, so we come back for the penalty. Chaos reigns in the commentary box, inundated by wasps. Shelford go through the middle of the ruck. But Savvy Panthers turn it over. Can they get across the line? They can. Oh, that's creative use of the post there. As she was being hauled down by the left-hand side. We see here, she goes through. Tackle comes in for the left-hand side. So she aims for the right-hand side of the post. And the post gets in between the tackler and the tackle player. Fantastic use of the pitch furniture there. A deliberate choice as well. Very, very clever, very creative. I'm a big fan of that. $26-0 lead to Savvy Panthers. So, Savvy Panthers lead 26 points to 0 against Shelford. Unbelievably, rumour coming through that it's about to rain, of all things. Not in the forecast whatsoever. No one was expecting that, as you can tell from the bone dry pitch in front of us. Rain has not been in the air for some time. Savvy Panthers with the scrub. Scrappy possession. Shelford are really starting to pick things up. It's impressive work from them, but they give away the penalty. But it's been a much more dogged second half so far, this, from Shelford. Real good collective spirit from them after what was a really tricky opening half. But they're punished with a yellow card for that high tackle. Are Shelford. So Savvy Panthers leading 26-0 and now a player to the good. And Savvy Panthers taking immediate advantage of the extra player. The number 14 it is this time, getting herself across the try line. Five tries to 0 they lead. 31 points to 0 so far. Outstanding from Savvy Panthers. Conversion misses. But still they lead 31 points to 0 as we see that finish again. It was just a bit of a fend to create space at the end and dot the ball down across the try line. Savvy Panthers leading 31 points to 0. Ball skips high. Savvy Panthers. Oh, the gap just opened up and she turns the pace on. Down the left-hand side goes the number 3 and away for another try. It was that outside arc. And as she went round, the defence just could not follow. Their side's 6th try of the game. I think it's going to be the last play. The conversion is to come. Backing up towards that hay bale. I'm sure it's going to be the last play of the game. Conversion goes over. That is the last play of the game. Savvy Panthers win 38 points to 0 as we see the replay. It was that arcing line. And then enough pace to get around the outside. What an outstanding performance that was from Savvy Panthers. A 38-0 victory to open up their campaign for the day. For Shelford, a tough start to the day. They'll be back later though, but Savvy Panthers, what a performance. So, we stay in the women's competition for the next game. Bury Foxes against West Norfolk women. Same group as before, Group A. So one of these two sides looking to join Savvy Panthers with an opening round victory. Bury Foxes, well, they are in the purple Joe Marler tops, and having just seen them, they are very much Joe Marler tops. It's from the Joe Marler podcast, and we've got a picture of Joe Marler's face right bang in the middle of the chest for these Bury Foxes. They're on the left-hand side of your screens in purple. On the right-hand side of your screens in grey are West Norfolk women. Kickoff is upon us. Bury Foxes go long, and West Norfolk look to tidy the ball up in the hands of Tiff Turner. Apologies, that wasn't Tiff Turner, it was Lucy Shaw. Team sheets for both teams, ideal. Although I've just noticed that Bury Foxes have very, very kindly given us the names of their players, but not the numbers. So what I'm going to do to give them a shout out for having given us the team sheet is run through the names. But unfortunately I'm not going to be able to use any of them because I haven't got a clue who tallies to what number. Such is life. So, Bury Foxes squad: Chantel Wigan, Flo Webb, Sian Smith, Lucy Kerr, Steph Durant, Georgie Palmer, Heather Barry, Kate Marks, Grace Dean, Anna Stockter, Alex Rolls, Emma West, Amy Henrathy, Sophia John, Lottie Mountford. Sadly, no numbers to go with those names, so I won't be able to really refer to them much. But, such is life. Bury Foxes, numbers or not, are on the attack and inches from the West Norfolk try line. Driving short. Oh, fantastic tackling from West Norfolk. Foxes go right and Bury St Edmunds take the lead. The number 11 in the right-hand side. (5-0). Bury Foxes lead. I'll tell you a bit about Bury St Edmunds. I used to play for them back in my youth. (2006-2007) season. It was a good year for Bury St Edmunds, that. Not as a result of me, I hasten to add. Some fantastic players they've had through the years. Now, of course, Director of Rugby Jacob Ford, brother of George, son of Mike. Also the Director of Rugby at Ipswich School. They have been climbing through the leagues of Bury St Edmunds, and their women's programme has been climbing as well, as we see here, with this early 5-0 lead, and they are putting West Norfolk under all kinds of pressure with this hard defensive line. Scrum down to Bury Foxes. Oh, and straight from the scrum they go on the hard line. No tackles. As hay fever starts to set in here in the commentary box. We've had wasps, we've had dust, we've got hay fever now, we've got rain. It's hard to know what's going on in here. What we do know though is that Bury Foxes are off to an absolute flyer. 12-0 they lead. And defensively they have been putting so much pressure on. West Norfolk though have the ball in hand. Lucy Shaw gathering yet another kickoff. Pushing the ball wide, but look how fast that Bury St Edmunds defensive line comes up. They're putting so much pressure on West Norfolk. And though the kick is charged down, we come back for the knock on that was forced by these Bury Foxes. Bit of trivia for you about Bury St Edmunds, Wolves and the Foxes. Men's side known as the Wolves, well the second team is known as the Wolves. Women's team known as the Foxes, and that is because of King Edmund, after whom the town is named. Or St Edmund rather. As Bury St Edmunds get across for their third try of the game. St Edmund, who was, I was going to tell you the detail on the story, and I don't know the detail. He's famous for his interactions with wolves and foxes, and all over Bury St Edmunds, everything's got a wolf or a fox. Statues of them all around. Many of the school badges have got a wolf on them. Absolutely everywhere. So there you go. There's half a story there. Fill in the gaps as you wish. More importantly, though, on the pitch, Bury St Edmunds leads 17 points to 0. Hard work to be done for West Norfolk. West Norfolk on the up. Can they find a way to just stop this aggressive Bury St Edmunds defence? It's going to be oh so hard. They're just up so fast, and that's a thundering tackle that comes in from Bury St Edmunds. Defensive pressure is huge here. Double tackle comes in, but they don't roll away, so West Norfolk have advantage. Can they take advantage? Couple of offloads and a third. This is where the danger starts to come once you get those offloads in. Still playing advantage, getting a fourth offload away, and now West Norfolk could be away for their first try of the game. Georgie Lingham goes charging through underneath the sticks, and from penalty advantage they certainly took advantage. 3 offloads in succession reap the rewards, and West Norfolk are back in this game right on the stroke of half time. Conversion made. West Norfolk narrow the gap at half time to 7 points to 17. Bury Foxes still lead, but what a way to finish the half for West Norfolk. Boy, did they need that. And perhaps after a few one-sided openers, we might just have a game on our hands here on pitch number 1. Half time, Bury Foxes 17, West Norfolk 7. That's half time over then. Team talk's done. Referee out in the middle. West Norfolk looking energised after that. Electric finish to the first half for them. Having been 17-0 down, they'd scored a try. A great try it was as well. To draw things down to 17-7. And so, kick off from West Norfolk. Bury Foxes with the ball in hand. Stab the ball through. Won't stay in field, so we'll have a line out. Shelford ball. Shelford. Oh, it's a sneaky short one. Retain possession well. Sorry, I take it back. Not Shelford. West Norfolk. I do apologise for calling West Norfolk Shelford. West Norfolk on the attack. Scrum down. Barry Fox's ball. Barry in possession, darting back inside against the grain, getting the long offload out. Well taken. Ball spilled through contact though, and a penalty goes the way of Bury. West Norfolk had a little look at taking it. Bury. Oh, what an offload out the back. Well picked up. Oh, no, not quite. It was nearly, absolutely delicious. Well, it would have been oh so good if that offload had gone to hand. Scrum one against the head though. Oh, I take it back, it was put in by West Norfolk. I'm getting so excited by that offload, I've forgotten which team is in possession. West Norfolk spreading the ball wide. They found their way through this Barry Fox's defence once. Can they find their way through again? It's a hard and aggressive defence from Barry Foxes. And the ball's popped up from the ruck, and Barry Foxes are away down the left-hand side. Just stepping back in field, keeping the ball alive. There's space through the middle here. Offload, no. Spilled forward at the last. So West Norfolk hoof it downfield. Tidied up by Bury St Edmunds. Well tackled though by West Norfolk. A key moment in the game this. If West Norfolk can hold Bury out, they've got a chance. If Bury score, you tend to think that's probably game over. Defence utterly committed from West Norfolk and earning the penalty. A crucial penalty for West Norfolk. They take it quick. Down the right-hand side they go. It's the try scorer, number 12, Georgie Lingham. Down the right-hand side she goes. And from peril on their own try line, and 17 points to 0 down. West Norfolk are now 17-12 down. 2 minutes left to go, and absolutely in this game. What a turnaround. And for the final couple of minutes of this game, it's all going to be about how do you handle the pressure. Can Bury Foxes handle the pressure of this narrow lead? Can West Norfolk handle the pressure of mounting this comeback? £17 points to 12 then. Bury St Edmunds lead. Just over a minute remaining. Kick-off collected by Bury Foxes. They were 17-0 up. Now that lead down just to 17-12. They had a chance to bury this game. And they've got another chance here. And they are going to seal the game of Bury Foxes straight from the kickoff. 2 passes left. And a try underneath the posts. And from real danger. They might just have created enough time and space to secure this game. Conversion made. Game over. Bury Foxes win 24 points to 12 against West Norfolk. But when the tale of this game is told, it will be so much more complex than that. Bury St Edmunds built a 17-0 lead. West Norfolk came charging back, but in the last play of the game, Bury Foxes, with the pace to burn on the outside, secured the try, secured the victory, and they take a 22 points to 12 victory against West Norfolk. So, next up, we go back to the Men's Open. Bury St Edmunds against Speranza 22. Sorry, British Army against Speranza 22. I'm getting so excited by that last game. British Army won their first game, as did Speranza. So we've got 2 unbeaten sides in this Group B fixture. And in good news, I've got a British Army team sheet. Speranza in possession. Now the Army we have seen time and time again through this 7 season. Fijian dominated side. Won one of the legs at the at the Super 7 series, the Woe Hydrate Super 7 series. One of the best sides there, played some absolutely stunning rugby. And it is from situations like these where some of their best rugby emerges. A bouncing ball, a bit of space to run at, and time to pick out runners. And they've picked out one here, takes it into contact though. Quick ball. They set up to move it from left to right. Speranza working hard in defence, but around the outside go the Army. Staying in field though. Working hard through contact. Oh, look at the leg drive. 5, 6, 7 yards made through sheer leg drive there. For the Army, Tunavaki there. With that leg drive. That was absolutely brutal running from the Army man. Tunavaki. Turned over though by Speranza. Tackled well, but it's free play. Ball is loose. Spilling everywhere, this way and that. Hard to know what's going on out there. The ball absolutely everywhere. Out the back offloads. It's crazy stuff out there. Speranza currently playing with 6. They've got a man down. They need to keep hold of possession because I tell you what, this Army side with a man extra can do brutal things, and they've got a penalty. Here they go. Fast break from the penalty. Oh, huge bounce, And now away they go. Waisaki Laulaba with the try. British Army absolutely flying. Oh, how brutal was that offload? Not offload, sorry, handoff. I'm getting too excited here in commentary. I think the try scorer actually was Lameki Tulele in the number 5 shirt. Conversion drops in off the post. As we see again, that conversion flying off the post. We look here, the penalty's awarded. And we see it, or we were about to see, but unfortunately plays back underway with a penalty, or a free kick rather, to Speranza. But it was a huge, huge offload from Uli Vessi, leading to the try for Tulele. And we end up, when all's said and done, with a scrum down. British Army ball. Clean ball for the Army, and they go straight on the attack. Everything is at full speed, and it's at full speed for a try. Radianarova, absolutely electric from that scrum. 2 passes and the try. We see the replay here. Ball gets to the back of the scrum, and immediately they're at full gas, pulling the ball back inside. And then Radianarova has more than enough gas to get himself away. Everything is at a speed and an intensity here from the Army that is just so tough to live with. Conversion doesn't quite land, so they go 12-0 up. That was absolutely beautiful sevens. Shout out to some of the coaching staff as well from the Army. Coaches Iso Adamu and Joe Nyakavu, physio Jules Pert and manager Vasabai. What a job they have done with this group, who are just playing with a level of intensity. The noise coming from the field in defence is extraordinary. Absolutely yelling at each other. They give away the penalty here, but the noise in defence, I don't know if you can pick it up from our pitch side mics, but if you can, it is an absolute lesson in how to play sevens in terms of just that constant communication in defence and attack. And they are just driving Speranza back almost to their own try line, and then wasp-like in defence over the ball and away for the try. Just brutal from the Army here. Look at this, they're just flooding through on the tackles, and then when the chance comes, the ball spills in the tackle and then over they flop. I think it was the number 9 there, Vuni Vasilevu. Either way, it's a 3rd try for the Army. Conversion is absolutely nailed, and we go in at half time then with the Army leading against Speranza 19 points to 0. What a start from the Army. The quality of their sevens and their pace is just absolutely astonishing. So impressive to watch. Half time then, British Army 19, Speranza 22, 0. So just about ready for the second half. The Army, as you can see in red, leading Speranza in the white and blue, 19 points to 0. Bit of a mistake earlier from me. I said that both sides have won their openers. The Army, this is their opener, and what an opener it has been so far. Speranza won their opener, 31 points to 0 against Dardanites. So they got off to an absolute flyer, sitting top of the group at the moment. But by the time this game is said and done, given the way the Army performed in the first half, things might well be shaken up a little bit. Speranza, though, with a bit of gas here on the right-hand side, but this Army defence is just brutal. Fantastic defending, and Speranza are going to get a yellow card for trying to slow the Army down after the penalty. Well, little wonder they're trying to slow them down. This Army pressure is relentless. Their defensive work, just outstanding. So Speranza down to 6 men. And you rather get the impression that the Army are going to look to take full advantage of that. They call for the scrum. A sensible call, tying the numbers in. The back line is going to be 3 on 2. 3 on 2 in the backs, and this is going to be very, very difficult to defend if you're Speranza. Army get the ball in. Oh, and it's nicked by Speranza, but the ball comes loose, and it's an Army penalty. Well, they called for a scrum at the last one, but this time they decide to go fast, thinking that perhaps the defensive line might not be quite as structured as it would have been. Oh, the big dummy around the outside, and now it's a foot race. What a dummy that was. Is he going to win the foot race? No, Speranza win it. Ball back inside is claimed by Speranza. Now it's knocked on. The Army in possession. Oh, still getting over that dummy to get around the outside, but now the footwork and the passing, and it's a foot race to the line on the left-hand side, and away for the second try of this game for Talbereri. A 4th try for the Army, a 2nd try for Talbereri. It was all about that beautiful dummy and outside arc. And then when possession was lost, they swing it back the other way after the knock-on. And Talbereri gets himself away in the left-hand side. Conversion won't go, but the Army lead 24 points to 0. Back up to 7 aside as the yellow card period is over. high hanging kickoff from the Army. Oh, superb kickoff. Speranza have done really well to get possession from that. Stunning kickoff. They are just so aggressive, this Army side. Huge tackle, driving Speranza back. Loose ball, and another big tackle coming in. This is just relentless. Now into touch goes the ball, so the Army will have the line out. This is just such aggressive, brutal defense from the Army. Yellow cards to the Army, a high tackle on Speranza. Perhaps this just opens the door for Speranza to have a bit of a go. Bit of a delay for an injury as well from that high tackle. Back on his feet though, not too long a delay I suspect. Speranza with the penalty. Working hard here. Pushing for a bit of space. Can they get on the score sheet? There's probably not enough time for them to get any further, but they're going to find it hard to get on the score sheet. If that lack of accuracy continues, the ball just fired straight into touch and the Army will have a line out. Still down to 6 men, the Army, but with a 24-0 buffer, I'm sure they won't be too worried about that. Line out though, doesn't go to hand, so Speranza have a chance. Ball spilled on the far side. Speranza just cannot get that last pass to stick, and the Army are going to make them pay for it as they go charging in, almost unopposed. A 5th try of the game for the Army while they're down to 6 men. The ball just spilled loose. The pass inside, and then there won't be many more simple tries than that. Just a short foot race home. Conversion was quickly landed. Joeli Radovu with the try, I think. Ref just working out what's going on. I think the Army thought they'd made a sub, but they're still supposed to be down to 6. Just about the last play of the game. Kickoff claimed by Speranza, but then a thunderous tackle comes in with the ball spilled forward. And I think surely the referee is going to call time, is he? No, one more play. The Army back up to their full complement of players. So one more chance for the Army. Can they get to 6? No, Speranza have the ball. Can they get their first try of the game? Finish on a high as they move into the rest of the tournament. Ball is stabbed through. Will it sit for the Army? Yeah, it just sits up. Oh, brilliantly wriggled out of under their own try line. Oh, this could be classic sevens, but no, the ball is passed forward. The referee's still not blowing his whistle for full time. 15 minutes through we go. So Speranza in this game that is going on and on, perhaps have a chance to finish it on a high into the hands of the number 7, but that swarm-like Army defence earns them a penalty. Oh, the defence of this Army side. I know the tries will be the things that end up on the highlights reel, but the defence from this team has just been absolutely astonishing. And I think that is the game over. In fact, I think as I was praising the Army, I think Speranza have scored a try that none of us noticed. Conversion miss, so it actually does end up British Army 31, Speranza 5. Apologies to Speranza for missing that try while I waxed lyrical about this Army side, but it was an absolutely outstanding performance from the Army. 31 points to 5, they win. They open their account with a victory. Speranza are now 1-1, lost 1. We are all set for a fantastic competition as the day goes on. Full time, British Army 31, Speranza 5.
I thought you probably will be running around a bit. Shit, mate. 1, 2, 3, 4.
So, next on the pitch, Dardanites against Midlands Mob. Dardanites are going to be on the right-hand side of your screen in red, on the left-hand side of your screen in the black and mad mess of colour are Midlands Mob. Midlands Mob, of course, who were one of the outstanding sides of the Lit Sevens, certainly in terms of entertainment a few weeks back. So, just to give you an update of where things are in this men's competition, Midlands Mob won their opening game against Bomber Sevens. Dardanites lost their opener against Speranza. So will Midlands Mob make it 2 from 2, or are Dardanites going to level their tally up with a victory here? All will be revealed very shortly. We're about 4 minutes behind schedule as the referee kicks us off. And the ball will bounce out into touch. Short delay while we try to find a lost ball there. Dardanites with the put into the line out. Oh, the old underhand. Scrappy bouncing ball, and it ends up running dead. So we're going to have a 5-metre scrum to Midlands Mob. Scrappy stuff. And a huge opportunity for Midlands Mob here. Midlands Mob win the scrum. Now they look to try and get that first try. It's really good defence from Dardanites. So Midlands just showing a bit of patience, stepping inside. Is there a bit of space? Not quite taken into contact. I think if they could have got that ball away, they might have found a bit of joy, but in the end Dardanites get the turnover, and there's space on the left hand side, and they've got speed and they've got a bit of wit about them as they cut inside. Huge pass out to the right hand side. Oh, that's lovely rugby. Ball just slightly behind the player in that final pass, so they have to start again. Good Sevens though, keeping the ball alive, keeping the patience going. Midlands Mob staying patient in defence as well. And I thought they might have earned the penalty, but they didn't quite get back behind the back foot, so Dardanites have a chance to go fast. And they look round the left-hand side, and they're going to get away for the first try of the game. And it's the number 12, almost tap tackled, but he just about stayed on his feet for the opening try of the game. And we see here just a little half a step of gas just to get away from the covering defender and away for the try. Conversion nailed from Dardanites. 7 points to 0 they lead. Some cracking performances in this men's open competition so far. The Dardanites have started this one really well after being under enormous pressure in the opening seconds with that scrum to the Midlands Mob on their own try line. But they managed to see out the pressure, and when the turnover came, they've gone the length for the opening try of the game. Penalty to Midlands Mob, offence at the scrum there, I think. Midlands Mob. Working their way through. Offload off the deck from Midlands. Working the ball now from right to left. Cutting back inside now towards the right hand side. Offload out the back. As we see so often, if you can get 2 offloads in through one phase of play, the tries often tend to come. There's the second. Will the try follow? No, it won't. The ball is knocked on in contact, and that Midlands Mob attack comes to a close. So Dardanites scrum. Dardanites put in. Number 7 has a little dart himself. Oh, and then the step inside, and now it's a bit of a foot race. Reckons he hasn't got the gas, so he gives it to the man he knows does. It's the opening try scorer, number 12. And he's there for his second try of the game. That was glorious from the number 7. Picking up off the base, a lovely shimmy. We see it again here. Picks it up. Shimmies back in, shimmies outside. Realises he hasn't got the gas, but he knows who does. It's that number 12. All the gas in the world, and he only needs to hit it for about 3 or 4 seconds there. Conversion nailed, and Dardanites lead 14 points to 0. Kickoff 12, and what that's highlighted to me is that there's more than 112 on the field for Dardanites, making things interesting for us from a commentary point of view, as is the lack of team sheets. If you have any team sheets, do bring them over. You can't tell mum you're on the live stream and then not have me shout your name out. She'll never forgive you. Midlands Mob, that's a great line, hitting it at pace. Can they get quick ball? No. Dardanites compete really well at the breakdown just to buy themselves a couple of seconds. Almost 15 style rucking there. Back inside to the 15, going Midlands Mob. Spot tackle there from the Dardanites 13, just stymies the attack a little, but still moving forward are Midlands Mob. Ball spilled through by Midlands Mob. Dardanites survive yet another Midlands attack, and that's half time. Dardanites leading 14 points to 0 against the Midlands Mob, and despite some great moments of pressure from Midlands Mob, it has been those two clinical bits of play from Dardanites that have given them this 14-0 lead at the half-time break. So, as we go through half-time here, just to give you a bit of an update on what's next to come, we move back to the Women's Open competition after this, where we'll have Fine Rugby now against the British Army, which should be a cracking game. Be back-to-back Women's Open games rather, and then we'll switch back to the Men's Open as we continue that theme of going back and forth between the two. Dardanites to kick off. They lead 14 points to 0 against Midlands Mob. Midlands Mob tidy the kickoff nicely. Midlands take it into contact, but Dardanites looking to turn it into a maul. No, gets a knee on the floor. It's a tackle. We'll slowly work it through. Midlands. Oh, this is just such a fierce battle on the floor, but it's a penalty Midlands Mob. So they go quick. Down to the right-hand side. Oh, there's some real pace down that right-hand side. A bit of corner flagging coming in from Dardanites. That's really good cover defence. Oh, and it's a tough call on the Dardanites after some brilliant defending. Can Midlands Mob take advantage? Oh, glorious out the back. That is magic, but the referee says it was forward. Oh, I think he might have been right, but sometimes there are things you just want to see, and that was one of them. Scrum down then, Dardanites. Dardanites on the switch. They're backing up a little bit. Working the ball back. Midlands Mob cutting back inside, and they've got the try. Game on here. We see here it's the turnover. Well, it's not the turnover, in fact they took it in, it was almost turned over, and cutting back on the inside goes the number 15, and it is game on here on pitch 1 at the Norwich Sevens Festival. Conversion doesn't quite go, so it's 14 points to 5, Dardanites lead. 2 scores needed by the Midlands Mob, and you get the feeling that with a little under 4 minutes left to go that another try for Dardanites might just finish this one off, but it is far from being at that point yet. Midlands Mob have a chance. Forward pass from Dardanites gives Midlands Mob a scrum. Dangerous position this for the Midlands Mob. Could they get their second try and get themselves within a couple of points? There's time on the clock yet, but they've got to be quick about this. Ball goes wide. Midlands Mob into the 22. Dardanites defence having to work hard. And a big high tackle, and it's a yellow card to the Dardanites. And suddenly that Midlands Mob comeback looks a little bit more likely. 7 on 6 for the Midlands Mob. Ball switch back inside. Good patience this from Midlands Mob. They do need to score though. 2 tries needed. Offload comes in. Skip pass out wide. Stepping back inside. Offload out the back. Bounces into Dardanites' hands. This could be the game. This could be the game, and it could be a hat-trick for the Dardanites number 12. From a perilous situation on their own try line, the Dardanites score what could be the match-winning try. Dardanites from their own try line. The loose ball went into the hands of the one man you didn't want the ball to go into the hands of. The Dardanites number 12. They've scored 3. He's got them all. It's a hat-trick. And it could be a game-winning hat-trick for the Dardanites number 12. $19 points to 5, they lead. They're a man short. But with about 30 seconds left to play, that try has surely sealed the Dardanites the game. Midlands Mob won't give up yet. That pass looked like it had drifted forward, and the referee agrees. And I think we really can say now that that is this game pretty much done and dusted. Dardanites stab it through. Number 7, he's loved it off the back of scrums so far, and he's going to keep on loving it. The ball sits up absolutely perfectly for him, and his team are going to finish with an absolute flourish. 24 points to 5. We see here the ball just sits up into the bread basket, gets it down, all in one movement. Oh, it couldn't have gone better for him. And Dardanites, well, we thought they might be about to lose this game. Instead, they're going to win it. Conversion is nailed, and Dardanites seal the victory. 28 points to 5 against the Midlands Mob. What a finish to that game. Midlands Mob looked like they were going to come back into it. At 14-5, a man for the good on the Dardanite try line. But the ball spilled loose, and that number 12 for Dardanites, who's been lethal all day, managed to get himself across for a crucial try, and then it was all capped at the end by that glorious score from the Dardanites number 7. He was a threat from the break every single time around the base of that scrum, and he was again there. Up next, we're back into the women's competition, but here in this men's open competition, that game's finished. Dardanites 28, Midlands Mob 5. So, up next, we're back in the women's open competition, and we are back with a cracking game. British Army against Fine Rugby now. British Army on the left-hand side of your screens in the red, and on the right-hand side of your screens in the black and green are Fine Rugby now, who of course were hosts of the Lit Sevens the other day. And Fine Rugby now will have possession from the kickoff. Well, they of course were behind the Lit Sevens that we were at the other day. Many of you would have seen that. So how will they get on against the British Army? I have a team sheet for the British Army, by the way, which is very exciting. Hopefully we'll get a chance to use plenty of those names. But at the start of this game, it's all about Fine Rugby now. They've got the penalty on their own 10-metre line, and they surge all the way up to the Army 10-metre line. Oh, and around the outside they go. I thought there was defence there. So did the Army, but Fine Rugby now have found the space now, and they're underneath the sticks for the opening score of the game. Fine Rugby now. 7-0 lead. What a start from them. How will the Army get on in response? Lou Dodd leads the charge. Oh, and it's going to be straight back with a try. Tit for tat here on pitch 1 in the Women's Open. A good fend at the end. And a try for the Army. Immediate response. We see here straight from the kickoff after the try, Lou Dodd with the break, and Lauren Brooks with the pace to finish, and then the strength just to fend off that last ditch tackle and get across the line. conversion, I think, just drifted wide. Army to kick off. 7 points to 5 lead. The Army looking to strike immediately, and strike they do. Adi Mai Samoa from Fiji with the try on the left-hand side. Bang, bang, 2 quick tries. Bang, bang. Channeling my inner Mike Green. Would but I were. Would but I were. Conversion missed, so the Army now lead 10 points to 7. Fine Rugby now with that quick start for the 7-0 lead, but 2 immediate tries in response from the Army gives them a 10-7 advantage here. Just over halfway through this first half, or a quarter of the way through the game, depending on how you want to look at it. Well, this end-to-end action continues. Fine Rugby now. I thought they had the penalty, but in fact the referee's given it to the Army for a push off the ball from Fine Rugby now. That was how they found the space that they were so ruthlessly exploiting there. Here was I just thinking it was raw skill. Not rolling in the tackle, and now a bit of chat back. Sees Fine Rugby now march back 10. Comes Komatai. Takes it quickly, and Komatai is going to get away for a 3rd try for the Army. Well, they went behind early on, but they have been rampant ever since. 3 tries to the good now. I don't actually think that she knew she had a tackler coming in from behind, but fortunately she had the strength to finish the try off anyway. Conversion again not made. So it's a 15-7 lead for the Army against Fine Rugby now. The short kickoff doesn't quite work. So Fine Rugby now will have possession, but they throw the forward pass through the tackle, and we'll have a scrum down, Army ball, and a brief delay for a bit of an injury. Delay for an injury, but looks as though she's all right. Bit of a limp, but nothing too major. So we'll be restarting the game with a scrum down, Army ball. Not too long until half time now. Long chat here at the start of the scrum from the referee to the 2 sets of forwards. I'm not quite sure what's going on here. Appear to be too many troubles, but we'll see what happens. The Army get the ball away cleanly. And now look to attack down this left-hand side. They've had joy there so far, and they're going to have more joy. Oh, the ball just spilled through the air. Knock on. Well, that was bizarre. Hard to know exactly what happened there, but the referees called half-time. So we go in at the break with Fine Rugby now trailing the British Army 15 points to 7. Fine Rugby now had the fast start, that fantastic try, but then 3 quick scores from the Army gives them a 15 points to 7 lead. As we go in to this half-time break. So following the conclusion of this game, we're going to be heading across to, we're going to be staying with the Women's Open competition. And we're going to have Hammerheads against Chelmsford Bluebirds. Now we've already seen the Hammerheads men in action. They had a tough start here on pitch 1. How will their women's team fare on the same pitch? Well, we will be finding out in just over 7 minutes time. Here though, at the moment, it's Fine Rugby now against the British Army, and the Army are leading 15 points to 7. It has been a fantastic day so far. A few spots of rain, surprisingly, although nothing too drastic. Mainly the wails from above of our cameramen as the rain came down on them temporarily. They're seeming alright now though, for those of you that were worried. The band on the far side, you just about see them on the left-hand side of your screens there, just to the left of that white tent. They look like they're all set up. They've got the music sheets out, the guitars out, set of drums ready to go, the lights are ready. The party is all set to begin, but the party on the field began at 10 o'clock this morning with a couple of storming performances. Bordeaux Beg, the absolute pick of the punch so far in the men's competition. Here in the women's, things are looking very, very open indeed. Fine Rugby now kick off into the hands of the Army. The Army, remember, leading 15 points to 7. And once again, the ball just sort of squirts out of the ball carrier's hand. Hard to know quite what the cause of that is. That's a few times that's happened now. Perhaps a little bit of grease on the ball from that rain we mentioned earlier. And you might just, in the distance, be able to hear that the band have indeed started. So here begin the copyright claims on this live stream. The Army and to copyright some action from their men's side, who was so fantastic just a couple of games ago. No, they can't, not straight. So we're going to have a scrum down, Army ball. And that scrappiness continues.
Yeah, so
I mean,
Exciting news, by the way. We'll be joined around about 1 o'clock by Will Stace.
So it's like, this is
ever
his
growing.
bag as well. It's like, it's the offer for the people. It's looking after other people.
Array of commentators here at Next Gen 15. Will going into his upper 6th year at St Joseph's College come September.
And generally, what works is
On the field, it's a yellow card to the Army.
Normally it's enough.
I detest that when you don't get a response
Treating
from
10.
someone, and then you see, and then they suddenly reply, and you're like,
yeah. So I'm like, oh, this is what we do. I'm like, we've had a conversation.
Fine Rugby now have a penalty.
Receptive. I'm just going to ask one more time.
A couple of injuries walking around.
And then we'll see.
Just going to take a few seconds before getting this one underway.
Reply all. I get it.
Got full complement of players now, so off we go. I say that, the Army have got full complement of 6. As a result of that yellow card, and Fine Rugby now take immediate advantage. The number 11 scorching home. And with the conversion looking fairly likely from that angle, despite having scored a try fewer than the Army, Fine Rugby now do indeed get the conversion.
I think
So that means they're only 14 points to 15 behind. A point in it.
I did have a few lads take the piss a little bit where we came off easterly and I thought the RP got the Army Navy ticket. And instead of
The Army
flying back, they all
in possession.
And I was like, lad, I was stood there in front of my OC being like, I was like, there are no students.
Ball drifts out.
Why? There was the Army Navy. Why?
So it's that bit about, and sometimes they forget that, and they are, they're junior soldiers. They forget their part.
Just a point between them now.
So we try and remind them at the end of it.
Conversions making all the difference here for Fine Rugby now. And Fine Rugby now could be about to take the lead. Their 3rd try of the game. They are taking supreme advantage of this extra player in this yellow card period. 15-7 down. They now lead 19-15.
There's no one like rugby. Yeah. If you're a shit soldier,
exactly.
We see the replay here. Some good work from the number 7 and number 12.
They're not soldiering now. They tend to
Raced away underneath the post. Well, not quite underneath the post. As a result, that conversion doesn't quite go over. But it's a 19-15 lead for Fine Rugby now.
How does that sort of rotation work? Because I know anybody was like rotating out a bit, Mike was saying about playmaking coming out.
Yeah, I think some of it will depend on availability. At the end of the day, we've got a day job first. And,
Game on, but it's going to be a free kick on halfway to the Army. That kick not going to. The Army need a try. Oh, and they're going to score a try. Lauren Brooks goes all the way home, gives the ball to Addie Samoa for her 2nd try of the game. And the Army, when they needed it most, able to pluck a try almost from nowhere. She went charging through the middle. She probably had the gas to go, but in the safety first approach, she gives it to Mai Samoa. And the Fijian gets across the line. Conversion missed, but it's a 20 points to 19 lead. This game going right down to the wire.
I'm a bit like, I don't, you're not on my calling though. then just meow.
Fine rugby now.
I mean, I
Need the try.
I see him being lost.
Any sort of score will do. The game now being measured in seconds, not minutes.
The other thing for me, we've got to do and so one of the
Scrum, Lauren.
last year, we pulled 16 players down because we had to keep 14 so you can keep training. But then you picked up 40s and we want to give those extra
Scrum Army. Crucial moments now. We're into last play territory. The Army, can they finish with a flourish? They can indeed. They can indeed. Fine Rugby now did everything they possibly could to turn this game around. But the Army, through Lou Dodd and the offload from Lauren Brooks, that's 2 offloads for 2 tries in 2 minutes from Brooks. And Lou Dodd gets away for the try that is going to give the Army the victory here. Conversion is good as well, and the Army win this game 27 points to 19. Oh, what a strong showing of character from the Army that was, under the most extreme pressure from Fine Rugby now. Down to 6, the Army found a way to score 2 tries and engineer the victory, having gone behind with almost no time left. It finishes here. British Army 27, Fine Rugby now 19, and we are straight back into the action here on pitch 1, staying in the women's competition as we welcome Hammerheads and Chelmsford Bluebirds onto the field. You can see them on your screens now. Hammerheads on the right hand side of your screen in those purple, pink and white quarters. I know I've said 3 colours, but they are in quarters. You'll see what I mean as we zoom in later on the left hand side of your screens. Chelmsford Bluebirds with what can only be described as an assault on the eyes of a kid, but I think I like it. Chelmsford get the game underway. Hammerheads gather possession and ship it wide immediately, and immediately they look as though they're going to get on the scoreboard down the left hand side to the number 4. I should have mentioned at the start of this game how impressive Hammerheads were in the Super 7 series. Probably the team that challenged Samurai the closest. We're seeing here from the kickoff that level of quality.
No, they want to watch this because they are always winning. They want let's say.
A collection of team sheets ever building, but once again I do say if you have your team sheets, do please.
Yeah, I know, they're good team, yeah.
Some useful tips for you: your team name, numbers and the names. We don't have all those items, it's very difficult to use the team sheet, I'm afraid. So Hammerheads with the early lead, 5-0. Chelmsford Bluebirds have possession though. It's a bit of attacking possession as well. Scrappy ball though allows Hammerheads to come flying up in defence. Bluebirds do really well to manage to retain possession. But as I say that, Hammerheads hack it through and seize possession themselves, and there's a little bit of space down the right hand side. They're going to have a little dart around the outside, but the ball spilled. Bluebirds' hands, and they've got the penalty, do the Bluebirds.
Keep your hands up, girls. Keep going.
Yeah! Continues. We've got supporters in front of us being inundated. We've had them in the commentary box here. It's a tough summer gig. I feel like I need to be giving out tips. Stay calm in the face of a wasp, that's always the answer. Stay calm in possession is the answer for Hammerheads, as they have done all summer, but that time it just drifts forward.
You're going to run short, I'm going to come out back. So just fucking run short and say, I'm coming short, and then it's for everyone else to then work around them. Like, and then we switch. So we find switching. If someone's going sideways, straighten up off them. Like, that's it. Let's go to the other side. Get away from the generator.
Balls in the scrum. The Bluebirds are working so hard here in possession. Really giving it their all. Wise Monkeys have just emerged. They're up the field next. We've already seen them once in the men's competition. Here in the women's, it's a penalty to Bluebirds. Working really hard against the Hammerheads and doing really well. To be honest, this is a quality Hammerheads outfit. And Chelmsford are causing the problems. Half a break there. Really good ruck, but then a really good counter ruck from Hammerheads gives them some counter-attacking ball. There's space here on the left-hand side. They work it out to the 15 in space, and she is going to stride home as she knows. She cuts back inside. Oh, that is calmness personified. The step back inside to get underneath the posts and give her team the easier conversion opportunity. We see the replay here. The ball just works through the hands. Steps back inside. Chelmsford step back inside. They've worked so hard, but at 12-0 down, they've not quite had the rewards for their efforts yet. Hammerheads have been unbelievably clinical. They've had hardly any possession, but when they have had possession, they have scored tries. Here they have possession again. They're getting an offload off the deck, and could it be 3 tries, 3 spells of possession? Oh, it's a huge challenge from the sweeper, and I think we may have a bit of an injury there. That was an enormous tackle, and unsurprisingly the after effects of it are being felt. was a brutal tackle, unsurprisingly, causing a few problems for the Hammerheads player. I think we will have a fair old time delay here. It's going to give Chelmsford Bluebirds a bit of a chance to regroup, rethink as we move towards half time. 12-0 down against the Hammerheads, who have been absolutely brilliant, it has to be said. As we just look through what's been happening while we have this break in the schedule. Currently in this Women's Open competition, Group A sees Bury Foxes out the top of the table at the moment with 2 wins from 2. Savvy Panthers behind them with their 1 win from their 1 game so far. Group B, the Army are also unbeaten, 2 from 2, topping that group. And in Group C, which is just a 3-team group, UEA are leading that one. Looks as though the injured player is back on her feet and off the field, so we will restart the game with a scrum. Hammerheads leading 12-0 against Chelmsford Bluebirds. Referee starts the clock again. We reset the scrum. Close to the last play of the half. Hammerhead, they've lost a star there and the player that had to come off. But they're 12 points to 0 up. They're looking impressive. Can Chelmsford finish the half with a flourish? Perhaps not. It's a penalty, Hammerheads. And they're going to get away for their 3rd try of the game, surely. Stepping back inside they go. 3 tries, only really 3 spells of possession. It has been ruthless from Hammerheads. A step back inside against the grain. We've seen them do that twice for 2 of the 3 tries. Conversion is a bit of a miss-hit. So we go into half-time. Hammerheads leading against Chelmsford Bluebirds, 17 points to 0. An incredibly clinical performance so far from Hammerheads. So, second half just about ready to get underway. Hammerheads leading 17 points to 0 against Chelmsford Bluebirds. Hammerheads kicking off, Chelmsford receiving, and the ball evading both sides and drifting out into touch on the far side. Hammerheads, as I mentioned earlier, an absolutely supreme side on the Super 7 circuit earlier this season, and looking pretty supreme here in this Women's Open competition here at the Norwich Sevens Festival. A wonderful occasion so far this Norwich Sevens Festival, and I'm sure it's going to continue to be as the afternoon progresses. Good defence there from Chelmsford, very much appreciated by their wider squad and coaching staff on the touchline to my left-hand side. You may have been able to hear them over the pitch mic there. They were clearly part of the half-time talk. Has been about bringing the energy, and that includes from the touchline. Every little moment being cheered now as the number 9 goes flying around the outside.
Left to right, Norwich kick.
Hammerheads. So much pace on the outside. That's been the difference, really, has been that ability to turn on that clinical pace. A 4th try for Hammerheads. We see here the ball just spilled forward, and it's really just a simple draw and kick, and the gas on the outside is just undefendable. Absolutely nothing you can do in the face of pace like that.
I know you're right.
The Monkeys have decided that the best place for them to warm up is right in front of our commentary position, which does make you in the pitch rather hard. But we'll see what we can do. Let's get to Hammerheads have the ball and in possession, and once again it is just ruthless from Hammerheads. Turnover ball, barely a pass, and then they just turn on the pace, find the gap, and through they go. If someone's doing the stats on these games, I'm sure it's going to read that Hammerheads have barely spent 25 seconds in possession, but they've got 27 points to show for it, because every time they get the ball, it's 1 or 2 passes and then bang, try time. 27 points to 0, they lead against Chelmsford Bluebirds. I have good news for you, ladies and gentlemen. The enigmatic Will States has arrived. He'll be on the mic in not too long. Survive my tones a little longer though. Hammerheads. Defence now against Chelmsford Bluebirds.
Speed training session. Scotty's been chasing us. The army have been what? National team? I don't know. No, they're a bit scared.
Get possession back. They've scored every time they've had the ball. What are they going to do this time? Good defence from the Bluebirds there.
I'll get on there really not.
Give away a penalty. So Hammerheads go fast. They go fast and they're going to score again. Well, I did say every time they get it, they seem to find a way to score. And once again, they get it and find a way to score. 32 points to nil. It was a quick tap penalty. The defence wasn't back 10, so she knew she had the space to run into. And boy, did she take advantage of having that space to run into.
Didn't you got that red channel? That's
They had
the size of
Norfolk
it.
750. I was quite trying.
fucking hard work, isn't it?
Yeah. I finished that time you're real man.
32-0. Hammerheads lead. Well, that is absolutely sensational rugby from Hammerheads, catching the click off clean, stepping the defender and evading that tackle down the touchline to squeeze over for perhaps the most sensational try of the lot from Hammerheads. Their 7th of the game. But that is stunning rugby from Hammerheads. Conversion won't go. We've still got time for more. Up next, by the way, we go back to the men's tournament where the hosts, Norwich RFC, will take their bow on pitch number 1. They'll be up against the Wise Monkeys. It'll be interesting to see how the hosts get on. Their long-awaited pitch 1 arrival. It's been a tough one here for Chelmsford Bluebirds. They've had plenty possession, but nothing to show for it. Hammerheads in response have been absolutely outstanding. And I thought they were away for another, but they've given away the penalty. They were offside there. The old up and under to finish the game from Chelmsford. Why not? See what happens. I'll tell you what's happened. Hammerheads have collected it, and if I know them, I don't know them clearly. I thought they were going to counter. They kicked it out to seal the victory. 37 points to nil. One of the most impressive we've seen so far today. Hammerheads 37, Chelmsford Bluebirds 0. What a performance from Hammerheads. So attention now quickly turns around to the men's competition for the hosts, Norwich, up against the Wise Monkeys.
Not close enough to find that balance. What would suggest you do is go watch it.
I'll watch up with her. Do you recognise these places?
Why, if you're always there, no matter where.
So, the hosts on the field for the first time today on pitch 1. Quick turnaround. Meantime, quite enough time to check how they've been getting on. About 7 minutes behind schedule due to a couple of injuries here on pitch 1, which means I am definitely not making my train. Not ideal in the strike, but hey, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. You all don't need to hear how the sausage is made, do you? But just to try and give you a bit of an update on what's been going on. Norwich have played one, lost one, as have Wise Monkeys, so it's going to be a first victory of the day for one of these sides. The question is which one? Wise Monkeys we saw up against an absolutely ruthless performance in their opener. Norwich were out on one of the back pitches. I have to say, very considerate hosting. Not many hosts do not put themselves on the main pitch, on the main stream for every single one of their games. Might be hoping they weren't for this one though. I thought they were going to be under pressure and conceding there from the Wise Monkeys, but brilliant bit of tidying up work from the sweeper. Gives Norwich a chance to survive a little longer, but they've touched it down behind their own try lines. It's going to be a 5-metre scrum to the Wise Monkeys, and as that gets set up, it gives me a chance to bring in Will Stace, who's made it through the various train issues from Ipswich up to Norwich. How are you doing, Will?
Doing very well, thank you. I think train hikes took a bit too much of my time today, but you know, happy to be here. Excited to see a lot of rugby on display. Watched a few of the Sevens tournaments that have gone on this summer previously, and I'm sure Norwich Sevens will live up to that standard set.
Certainly has done so far. It's been an intense morning, some fantastic performances as Wise Monkeys get themselves across on the right hand side of the pitch. Wise Monkeys, just in case
Hydration technician.
you weren't aware, are on the right hand side of your screens in that sort of purple, starry, pinky mismatch of craziness kit on the right hand side. Left hand sides of your screens in the maroon, gold and green hoops are Norwich. I say a mess of craziness in the most positive of senses. Quite like that kit. Norwich, even with bucket hats, I'm noticing on the sidelines. It's quite a sight to behold. Mind you, we've got a touch judge on the near side of the bandana. All sorts of things coming out to play here at the Norwich Sevens Festival. Monkeys, a great kick-off, hanging it really high, and they get the rewards for it by claiming possession. Referee's going to bring us back there. He says it was knocked on by Norwich. I'm assuming he saw another infringement in there because it was play on Wise Monkeys' ball by the looks of it otherwise. Through the hands. Monkeys we go, all just left behind. Such a powerful step, ball couldn't contain itself. Real physicality through the contact over on the far side. And staying physical with the Wise Monkeys, working that short side. Keeping things really tight around the fringes, fighting for inches rather than the yards out wide. Earning a penalty off the back of it and going quick and attacking once again down that short space. And Norwich weren't back 10, so they get the yellow card. And once again they go fast. Wise Monkeys are really enjoying this tight channel on the right hand side. Surely there's space left. Not yet. And Norwich survive. Down to 6, but they earn the penalty and make a bit of ground, but the ball's spilled loose. Can Wise Monkeys counter-attack or just go scorching through the middle? No need for the pass. Just a bit of the eyes, and that'll do it. That's 14. Goes under the sticks. And we see it here, just half a bit with the eyes. And that's really all that was needed there.
Who's on for Westy? Who's on for West, mate?
And that's just the difference between 7 and 6, isn't it? The defenders just running out of space.
So much space to use on the seventh pitch, and if you've got one less man, it's going to make the job 10 times harder. Norwich struggling here in the first part of the game, but I'm sure when they have tried to get on the ball, they do look positive for getting that forwards. They've got their sin bin back on the pitch, I believe, so maybe it's a chance to get back into the game.
Perhaps indeed. Another great kickoff from Wise Monkeys, but it's claimed well by Norwich. We creep towards half-time, but the ball's spilled. We have a penalty and a yellow card against Wise Monkeys, so we're 6 on 6 temporarily. Not entirely sure what happened there. But for the moment, 6 aside. Plenty of space out there. Wise Monkeys looking for a third. Surely there's got to be a bit of space. Big tackling coming in from Norwich though, and forcing the forward pass. That's really good defence. And they may just be able to get their man back on the pitch before this scrum is taken. I think the referee's waving him on. Just trying to do a bit of counting. Do we think we're back up to 7?
Our views a bit obstructed. I think we might be close to. The sin bin's only 2 minutes long, so I think Norwich do have a 14. Wise Monkeys might be.
Although, having said that, looking out on the pitch, it looks like Norwich still just have 2 in the back line. Though now with the penalty, they can probably bring their man back on. I can see him waiting to come back on this near side while they try and attack on the far side. Touch judge and the sin bin player. There's a lot of confusion about what time is left on what. I'm wondering if the referee's forgotten that he's got one on each side.
A lot more than 2 minutes, so let's hope they can get back into this game, maybe not having that fair refereeing.
And Wise Monkeys take the opportunity to stab the ball into touch and take a 12-0 lead into the half-time break. A half that lasted 8 minutes. 6 on 6 for a fair while. Chaos reigns here on pitch 1. So, quick turnaround at half time, trying to keep things as close to schedule as we can, although we are drifting ever further from it. Wise Monkeys leading 12 points to 0 and in possession here against the hosts, Norwich Rugby Club. And Wise Monkeys, well, that half-time break seems to have given them a bit of a skip in their step that could yield a try. No, the goose step not quite working. Norwich closing down the space and earning the penalty as Wise Monkeys come flying over the top in that ruck. And I think we're going to start the second half with a yellow card. Wise Monkeys slowing down the ball, stopping Norwich from taking the quick penalty. And we've seen that time and time again today. Referees have no patience for that sort of thing. So Norwich, a man's advantage. An important will that they get on the score sheet early on here.
They need to use this sin bin to their advantage, and got a bit of possession now and try and work with that, but I'm sure that they'll be wanting to get back on the score sheet. 2 tries to make up, with one of them needing to be converted to get level.
They certainly will. Wise Monkeys, though, have turned the ball over and have a bit of time and space. Some very enthusiastic supporters decided to set up camp right in front of us. Wise Monkeys get themselves over the try line. We see the replay here. It's just fierce work through contact. And then the offload coming in once, coming in twice. Even the cameraman's bamboozled. No wonder the defence was. And under the post go Wise Monkey. Conversion follows. And they've got a 17-0 lead. And that is a crucial lead, particularly scoring the try with the man down.
Yeah, they can do it with 6, so surely they'll be going on to win this game. It's a shame for Norwich. They really haven't got on that ball and made the usage of that 6-man team, but Wise Monkeys look ever so strong even when a man down. Incredible.
Yeah, they certainly do. Wise Monkeys performing well. Kick-off hangs high, but Norwich do well to claim it. But it's really aggressive defence from Wise Monkeys, but referee says they've not come round the back, so Norwich have a chance to go. They do still have a man advantage, or perhaps not. There appear to be 7 on the pitch for Wise Monkeys. Chaos on these yellow cards at the moment. Sometimes 2 minutes is 2 minutes, sometimes it's 90 seconds, sometimes it's 3. You never know. Referee is always right, that's what they say, isn't it? Referee is always right. Line out between halfway and the 10-metre line. Wise Monkeys to send it in. They go over the top to the spare man at the tail. Little loop move. And now just weaving this way and that, turning on the afterburners to get around the outside. Foot race lost by Wise Monkeys, so Wisely, as the team name goes, he stays in field. And now there's space in field, the big wide pass off the base, and that is glorious rugby. It's like they stretched everything so wide that the defence simply could not cover the gap.
It's excellent work from Wise Monkeys, and what a performance. They'll go on to win this game, and just those tries and moments of class that separate these two teams. It's brilliant.
It really is. Wise Monkeys can't quite get the conversion, but as you say, Will, 22-0 up. Round about 2.5 minutes left to play. The route back for Norwich looks to have been closed. We are short of a ball, but we've found one. Referee very keen to make sure it's the correct ball in terms of ball pressure. Seems happy with it. We all seem happy with it. Off we go. Oh, what a towering kickoff. But again, Norwich managed to claim it. It's been a feature of their game, has been the ability to receive these absolutely outstanding kickoffs. But getting isolated through contact, so Wise Monkeys turn it over. Interception, no, not quite. He went for it one-handed. He could easily have got two hands and a chest behind it. It was almost like it was too easy.
He had more time than he thought he did. He saw the ball and his eyes lit up and he thought he was straight through on goal, but you know, couldn't get a hold of it and went for the one-hand catch, went for the excellent moment, but not enough, and Norwich still struggling in the last parts of this game.
Yeah, that looked like it was absolutely in the breadbasket, but he seemed to slow his feet, hang a hand out, and almost ended up lucky it wasn't a deliberate knock-on. Such was the way he ended up attempting to catch it, were it not for the fact that so obviously the intercept was on. So, penalty Wise Monkeys. 12, who scored a couple of tries already, looking for more. Space down this right-hand side, ball bouncing around, but just gathered up. Around the outside they go, and they are going to finish with a flourish. 4 tries for Wise Monkeys. Underneath the sticks they go. Dot the ball down, conversion to come. And conversion nailed as we look at the replay here. And it was just simple stuff there from Wise Monkeys.
They just seem one step ahead of, you know, in everything they do. Always a man there to receive the ball and go through and score. Wise Monkeys have put in an excellent performance here. And beating the hosts, great performance.
Certainly is. That kick though, I think the players were in front of the kicker. So Norwich with a chance in what is probably the last play of the game to get themselves on the score sheet. Some of their early play in this game might deserve that, but instead the ball drifts forward through the pass and the referee blows his whistle. It's all over here. Wise Monkeys beat Norwich, the hosts, 29 points to 0. A fantastic performance from the Wise Monkeys. And we are straight through into the next game of the day. Will Stace is going to lead you for that one. It is going to be OxFam Crusaders in green up against Hammerheads in the purple, pink and white.
Welcome back to the Norwich Sevens. Hammerheads taking on OxFam Crusaders. OxFam Crusaders on the left-hand side of your screen in the green and black kit. And in the purple, white and red hoops, you have the Hammerheads in the men's open competition. As a referee checks with his linesman, he'll get this one underway. Ball fly straight up into the air. It's a great kick-off and contested nicely, but OxFam Crusaders will get the scrum from a knock-on from Hammerheads. As the ball goes in, heavily contested. OxFam Crusaders will get the ball here. Chance to work with it. Look to go out wide, and it's the high line from the Hammerheads. They'll go around the outside. Does he have the pace? Contested well, and Hammerheads get it into touch. Great bit of defence there. Goes in and Hammerheads win the ball. Great bit of set play and room to manoeuvre and work with. Number 6 with a darting run inside, and the 8 will also use that channel. He'll keep on going, send one man to the floor. Looks to be a physical Hammerhead side today. They use the space on the outside and look to go back in. OxFam Crusaders just holding up that defence ever so slightly, but room to work with for the number 6. He looks towards the line and great cover tackle just to save the try and save some time for OxFam Crusaders. There's a 14 will dive in and take the first points of the game. Well, OxFam Crusaders held it up for a while, but Hammerheads so physical and strong, they find a way through. Just on the other side of the posts, and a chance to make it 7 points to the good, which they do. Great support run there from the number 14. As play gets back underway, OxFam Crusaders with a chance to get back into the game. A drop ball though. I have been pointed out by people in the streaming box that the majority of games today have been so one-sided. Some ruthless play from some teams today. Maybe Hammerheads will continue that form, you never know. But the OxFam Crusaders win that ball back off the scrum. The goose step is chosen, and options starting to build here with space on the outside and no pace on the outside, so they go back in. Another penalty goes away of OxFam Crusaders. Man is down, I believe that's Tom Williams. As a referee will stop play for this injury. The atmosphere is starting to build here at Norwich Sevens. We've got live music playing, plenty of food, and fun options around the ground today. The OxFam Crusaders man, the number 4 Tom Williams, is back on his feet. Scramble and Crusaders retain possession. Hammerheads line is really strong. Crusaders finding it tough to find that way through. Bit of space has been found for the number 3. He'll use the number 5 and go round the outside to the delight of the crowd. And if this conversion is good, they'll be brought back level with Hammerheads. Great pass over the top. Unorthodox pass, but worked so well for the Crusaders. And a nice little handshake to appreciate what a great try that was. Conversion is close but not good enough. 7-5 to the Hammerheads. The Crusaders will get us back underway. Bit of confusion, 2 balls on the pitch, but the referee agrees that they're okay to go. The kick goes straight out and will be Hammerhead's ball to play with. Great shot in there from the number 8, but the number 7 will utilise some of the space ahead of him. And the Hammerheads looking to get their second try of the day on pitch 1. Number 7 will use that space and just can't find the line just yet. We'll use a man on the outside as they find the number 6, and it's a great try from Hammerheads to take an even further lead in this fixture. Half-time is called by the referee. Hammerheads go into the half 14-5 ahead. Crusaders get ours back underway. A little bit of confusion when that ball came down, as Hammerheads will collect and use some pace on the outside, a ball over the top. Tough challenge in there from the Crusaders. Bit of afters in some of these tackles. Emotions at a high point. As through go the Crusaders in the hands of Charlie Coe, the number 6. He'll touch down to make this game even more interesting. Conversion is good and it makes it even more interesting. Hammerheads 14-12 up. Crusaders with a lot of pressure putting on Hammerheads now. And the Crusaders have really applied that pressure and they've got possession in a scary area. It doesn't go their way and they'll have to give that ball back over to the Hammerheads. Very tough shots being made on this left-hand side of the pitch, as Hammerheads will keep going with possessions. Very tough context. The OxFam Crusaders with another bit of space to move into. And for the first time in this game, they'll take a well-deserved lead. Charlie Coe once again, straight through the middle in the heart of the Hammerheads defence. (19-14) to OxFam Crusaders. They've turned this game around and they've put it in their own hands and a chance to get a win on the board. More brutal tackles in there. Hammerheads with a chance to play with some ball and use the possession to their advantage as they find the man on the outside. Pace is the option used and he's found a bit of space. Uses the man on the inside, then another man on the inside as the number 1 will go through towards the line. OxFam Crusaders are always there on their tail and they've retained possession excellently. More space to work with for Charlie Coe and he'll get his 3rd try of the game if he can keep up this pace. It'll be a foot race towards the line, the number 11 not giving him the space, but number 6 Charlie Coe will go over the line and push OxFam Crusaders one bit closer towards a win here on pitch 1.
I'd say
conversion isn't good, and OxFam Crusaders with a 24-14 lead. Only a couple minutes on the clock left to go. Is there time and space for Hammerheads to get back into it? I'm not too sure, but OxFam Crusaders with a brilliant second half performance here.
That needs to break off it. Bandage for a week.
Straight up into the air, and tough one to work with, but Hammerheads will get that ball. A big shot in there. Very tough, very, very tough, and brutal rugby being played here on pitch 1. Emotions always run high in the heat, and the referee decides to give the ball to Hammerheads on the halfway line. Hammerheads with more time on the ball. They're taking it slow. That's a great little dummy in there from the number 11. It's worked well. Gone back into the number 7, and they'll look towards the try line. Just not close enough as of yet. Clock is running down. Our clock's gone red. Bit of try, but is there enough time? Hammerheads go back to 19 to 24. Conversion is good, but referee decides there is no time left on the board. That is game over, and OxFam Crusaders, having been almost down and out in that first half, come back to the second and get a brilliant win here, 24-19. More to come here on pitch 1 and Norwich Sevens, and I'll be back with you very, very soon. Well, welcome back to Norwich Sevens. After a quick short break, we're back on with some men's open action. The Wise Monkeys taking on Bordeaux. Wise Monkeys in the famous paint splatter kit with Bordeaux in their pure whites. I'm sure any other weather that pure white kit does not last very well in English rugby. But today with the sandy grass, I'm sure they'll be just fine. But Wise Monkeys are on the ball and kick over the top, bit unorthodox. Won't work for them as Bordeaux will collect. And a bit of space to run into does the number 3. And he'll go all the way towards the line to give the first point to this game to Bordeaux. A great bit of play there. Conversion is good, and so is the music in the background. I'm not sure you might be able to hear it, but atmosphere building here on a lovely day here down in Norwich. Wise Monkeys looking to get back into this one. A great 7-0 lead from Bordeaux, and they'll look to make that 14-0, going towards the line. Space on the outside to work with, and Bordeaux will happily go over the line to make that the second try this game. Bordeaux with a great start, only 4 minutes into this fixture. They've got 2 tries on the board. And excellently, again, they recollect the ball in great style. The French team go over the top, and there's a lot of pace to collect that ball, but the bounce doesn't do it any favours. As Wise Monkeys will happily take some possession here. A tough tackle on the number 18, but Bordeaux pick up the ball and go towards the line for a 3rd try in this fixture. Relentless from Bordeaux. Oozing class in everything that they do today. Brilliant conversion, and that's the difference between these sides, the ones that can make the most of those extra points here and there. Ball flies into the air, and Wise Monkeys will take possession. Room to work with, and pace is the chosen option. Use the pass back inside. Great little offload in there. Wise Monkeys being held up here. And Bordeaux will collect that ball again. They've been absolutely relentless in this first half. time on the ball. A nice little goose step used. Another brilliant step inside. So confident on the ball in the kick over the top. The man chasing. Collected nicely, and he'll happily run towards the line. Uses his teammate for support and saves a lot of energy in that final part. Great first half here, 4 tries on the scoreboard. They'll use every second up that they can. They look a level above Wise Monkeys today, Bordeaux. Half time is called. What a performance as well. Bordeaux 26-0. So strong, and it seems effortlessly good at points. 26-0 to Bordeaux. Back underway here at Norwich Sevens. Wise Monkeys with a lot to do in this second half, but Bordeaux ever so strong in that first, and they'll look to continue that. They'll get the ball as well straight after the kickoff. I tell you, Bordeaux have got the Angus Savage approval. They look a delightful team to watch, and they'll surely be one of the ones to go deep into this competition later on today, as they have more time on the ball and use the man on the outside and the number 14. Not enough pace, but the teammate in number 1 is used. Tackle just on the line there. Wise Monkeys doing everything they can, but the number 14 of Bordeaux will run underneath the posts. Give them an even bigger lead. back underway, and the kickoff, the restart wasn't good enough, and the referee will call the ball back for the Wise Monkeys. More space to use. Kick is the option, and bounce is fortunate. Just goes into touch, does the Wise Monkeys winger, as Bordeaux play it quickly. Some excellent interplay in the middle of the park. So elegant in everything they do. Even the eyes are deceiving each other. Wise Monkeys player comments, "Is that a hooker?" Such a strong side as this Bordeaux team. Almost impossible to play against. Ball falls out over the top, and Wise Monkeys will happily take possession. And a bit more time on the ball here to use from this penalty. Great run inside from the number 14. He's been quite active in the second half. Just hasn't found the try line as of yet. Wise Monkeys keep on going, and it's decent play, and they'll keep going. Such a tough side to play against, but they're not letting up. They'll keep going. As the referee tells Bordeaux to move back 10. A chance to go over the line, which they will do. One try back, and it's definitely too little too late, but great heart shown by the Wise Monkeys side to say that it's never over and keep going. Take the restart. Goes through two men and held up high, and the referee calls for a penalty try there. Bordeaux collect the ball off the restart. Sprinting run made in the middle, and a penalty given. So good from Bordeaux. Excellent pace on this right-hand side, and they use a teammate in support, and that number 14 gets another try today. Bordeaux up to 38-7. Conversion is good as well. Wise Monkeys aren't giving up, not letting their heads go down, which is great to see. When you're facing a side like Bordeaux, everything will be tough, but Wise Monkeys haven't let up, so a lot of respect will go to them. But Bordeaux, 47. A huge win here on pitch one. There's still time on the board to get another. Great take from the kickoff. They'll keep possession. Move in and out wide. They'll use them out on the outside, but the referee calls for a forward pass. And as our clock will tell us, this is probably one of the last plays of the game. Bordeaux seem very confident. Ones to watch for this competition. pressured in their own territory. Penalty given to Bordeaux. Holding onto the ball, not releasing. Bordeaux still go, and they'll use the number 15 on the outside, who dives over the line. Don't think that one was given. Deliberation between the two referees there. No try given. And that will be full time here. Well, we said Bordeaux are a team to watch, and they continue relentless pressure here on pitch 1. Another excellent win, 47 to the good. More to come here at Norwich Sevens. Stay with us. Welcome back to Norwich Sevens. The British Army on the right-hand side of your screen, taking on the Midlands Mob. Scramble. British Army will take possession. Room to work with. A bit of interplay, but just doesn't come off there. Midlands Mob with room to work with. A kick that flies straight into the hands of the number 10. British Army will take the ball back and keep going. Back and forth start here in this fixture. So British Army go out wide and they have space to run into the corner and take the first points of this fixture.
It's never sure how good they are, but it's just not overseeing. Yeah.
Version isn't good.
I was really reserved, like really scared. I didn't want to do anything.
There's number 13, Joey Radovu. Great try there, using the pace on the right-hand side of the pitch. British Army with an early lead into this fixture. Ball flies straight up into the air and the Midlands Mob knock on. British Army will have another chance here to keep possession with ball in the scrum.
Pas plus vite qu'à fond.
10 more years and a couple of years of sounds left. And then he was like, 3 or 4 years and 15. I could just hear him like talking out loud. Like,
Scrum half Matthew Selena Buka plays it into the scrum and will use the man on the outside now. The number 4 runs towards the corner. He has the pace and the distance to give the second try of the game. So the Radiant are over with an excellent score. 2 tries in 4 minutes here for the British Army. Solo Radiant over. Will go for the kick. Looks good, but just goes far right. Great attempt though. Great pass outside and a little bit of back and forth between a defender, and he uses that space to dive into the corner. Another great score from the British Army. British Army once again showing a bit of class. What a great try there. Nice to Kelly Wako. First conversion to be good after their 3 tries. We'll take a look back at this one from the restart. Great kick straight up into the air. Fortunate bounce, and he runs straight through, and another brilliant offload. Lovely bit of rugby there from the British Army. Midlands Mob will receive the ball off the referee here. Bit of space to work with. They use the kick option. But the British Army with time on the ball. Really, really strong and pacey. And a great offload into the number 9. Great score from Sai, the number 9. British Army with their 4th try of the half. Half-time called from the referee. 4 tries to the good from the British Army. An excellent first half and some incredible scores here. 22-0. Midlands Mob with a lot to do in the second half. Join us after a short break. Back again, I'm sure with more British Army incredible rugby to be played in this second half. And another lovely bit of rugby here. So many men in defence, but finds a way through. The British Army with their 5th try of the fixture. Excellent bit of rugby here. Conversion is good. I believe that was the number 2, Villianame, Sinovaki. Such a strong and physical side, the British Army. The Midlands Mob haven't even had a chance to get into this game. Such a high line. Once again, they'll recollect possession and run through underneath the posts. Billy Army, Sinovaki with another excellent score in this second half. They've continued what they started in that first half. 6 tries on the board and they've got plenty of time to get some more. Angus Savage, what do you make of this performance from the British Army?
Well, I saw them earlier and they were just outrageously good. And it's exactly the same again. They are in attack relentlessly physical, high-paced, and obviously highly skilled. You know, so many Fijian players in that side. But it's in defence where they get me. They put so much pressure on you. I mean, look at the build-up to this try already. They're hounding the ball carrier. There's 3 players up and then one, bang, goes up, forces an error, and then it's an intercept. It's just such aggressive defence at all times. It's so hard to contest against.
Such an eagle line, but couldn't retain that possession as the Midlands Mob will have time on the ball for the first time in this game, it feels. Quick tap and go used. Number 12 with Midlands Mob trying to find options. Every zonal area is covered by a man in red.
They just hit so hard, it's terrifying.
Kick over the top. Is there anyone there to chase it down? There isn't, and it goes out into touch. Used quickly by the British Army. More than happy to take their time with this. The referee will halt play for a small injury. And a penalty given to the British Army. Doesn't go fully in the scrum, and the British Army will happily take possession. Great touch in there from the number 7. Master you with another brilliant try. That is the difference between these two teams. A slight mistake in the scrum, and they'll happily take the ball and go forwards. 7th try in this fixture for the British Army. Conversion is good. Look at this. The ball doesn't go all the way in, so he takes possession. Great step inside. An explosion of pace chasing towards the uprights. Through he happily goes. What do you make of that try?
It's exactly what I've come to expect, is that when they get a bit of surprise possession, they're just utterly ruthless and clinical, because there's nothing they love more than being able to catch a defence that's not quite expecting them. It's why we see them putting such pressure on in defence, because they get that turnover ball. As we see again, they're just floating through straight from the kickoff. I mean, these guys are just incredible, and I actually think in the last 20 minutes or so, we've witnessed probably the two sides that I think could go all the way to the final. In Bordeaux and the Army, they just seem as though each of them is a cut above. I think the only other side maybe that can compete might be the OxFam Crusaders, but I think these two are just a cut above the rest. They are utterly brilliant.
Yeah, I think a lot of jaws around this pitch one have dropped looking at this British Army team.
Yeah, how are you doing? Good. Well, of sorts.
Bordeaux with an excellent performance, and I'm sure we'll see them in the knockout stages later of today.
The thing is, well, we saw the Army on the Way Hydrate Super 7 series. They were outstanding there, and that was a genuinely international competition at times. Once again, I'm basically talking over all the tries for you now, because it's going at like 1 a kickoff now. But yeah, we saw them playing at that extreme high level, this is a top level tournament, but it's probably a step below that, and the energy and time have been put into that top level tournament. It's paying dividends here. They're just rampant.
And the referee calls full time, and probably to the delight of the Midlands Mob. No look into this game, and the British Army just absolutely ruthless with everything they've done today. 55-0 in a sevens game. They have shocked everyone, and they will be definitely going up the odds to win this competition later today, but all of that will be to come here live on Next Gen, the Norwich Sevens. More to come, I'm sure Angus Savage will be taking us through the next game. Stay with us, stay tuned. The British Army 55-0 to the Midlands Mob.
Turn to the Women's Open competition. Where we have Crusader ladies up against the Ipswich Scorpions. Two pretty exotic names for two pretty exotic sides. Ipswich representing Suffolk here. Battle of the tractor teams. East Anglian derby. I say that, Crusaders could be from anywhere, in fairness. They may not be from Norfolk. But Ipswich have made the trek from Suffolk to Norfolk, and therefore are in enemy territory. Crusaders on the left-hand side of your screens in the Norwich City kit, and on the right-hand side of your screens in what is basically an Ipswich school kit. For those of you that don't know, blue and gold are on the right-hand side of your screens, and we have a team sheet for Ipswich Scorpions. Now, it's an unusual team sheet in that it's first names only. So, we'll see what happens. I'm very much looking forward to seeing what the likes of Megan and Becky and Izzy can do on the field. What was it that they said all those years ago? Remember the name, Wayne Rooney. Remember the name, Wayne. Still, Crusader ladies haven't given us a team sheet, so something's better than nothing in this business. Something's better than nothing. Women's Open competition's been pretty exciting today. Had some cracking performances. Berry Foxes look pretty good in that dramatic game. Savvy Panthers have been outstanding. Seen the likes of Fine Rugby now as well, playing some good stuff. These two, by the way, in Group C, which is the three-team group. UEA Wolfpack leading that with 2 wins from 2. So this really a game for second place. And not Norwich, I keep saying Norwich because they're in that Norwich City kit. Crusader ladies have taken the lead with a 5-0. A 5-0 lead thanks to that early try. So we see the replay here. A well worked score. Shrugging off the would-be tacklers to get across the line and open the scoring. 5-0. Second place in this group. Advantage Crusaders at this early stage. Ipswich claim the restart though. In the hands of Tony.
Gotta say, having watched this Ipswich women's team start up a few years ago, I remember seeing a lot of, St Joe's, sort of the older ones getting involved in this team. I still see a few faces that have remained in this squad. It's great to see, and especially at this level, watching women's rugby is incredible. To see that progression in the game is incredible to see, and today will be another showcase for the progression of this sport.
Certainly is indeed. And I tell you what, a bit of a showcase at the moment was the try-scoring form of Crusader ladies, showing absolute wheels around the outside. Conversion to boot for a 12-0 lead. As we watch this one again, it's good handling, well taken, and just gas around the outside. And when the drift comes in, the gas is still too much. Fading around the outside, underneath the posts, and a 12-0 lead. Superb from Crusader ladies. Ipswich being made to work hard and earning their rewards for that hard work. Back in my playing days, Ipswich were the big rivals in my Bury St Edmunds days. 20-minute trip down the road. Big physical game. Always a cracker. Never lost against them though, so what can I say? My 4 minutes off the bench though was obviously crucial to those results. Getting stick on the far side from Will because the level was not the same anymore. Back in those days, the level was the same. Bury St Edmunds have come a long way since then. Ipswich ladies, Ipswich Scorpions are coming a long way up the field here. Georgia making the big break down the left-hand side, but the ball's poached, but she's in from the side, and Ipswich have a penalty on the 22. Space on the right-hand side. Can Ipswich find it? Into the hands of Maddie C. Maddie gets a letter after her name. I don't know what she's done to deserve that. Perhaps it's her try-scoring form. Maddie C with the try, stepping inside to make the conversion even easier. Not quite easy enough though, as Lauren just bangs it against the post. So it's Crusader ladies 12, Ipswich Scorpions 5. And a tidy bit of finishing there, Will.
It's nice to see from Ipswich. I'm always going to support the team I see in Ipswich colours. Great score, and they just kept going, relentless pressure on that Crusaders defence, and they've got themselves back into the game, and they've got a chance to put some more pressure on after this kick-off and try and push further and maybe get in the lead. You never know.
You never know indeed, as Crusaders put in the big hoof downfield. Counter-attacking opportunity for Ipswich. Ball is loose, but still bounces Ipswich way. All 14 players, you can put a little tea cozy on them at the moment. Ball poached on the deck brilliantly from Michaela. But we'll come back for the knock-on as the subs roll on. Clarice and Becky make their entrance. Crusaders with the put into the scrum. They're going to look down the blind side. There is a bit of space. Cutting back in now. Well tackled, but brilliant offload as well. Looking for a dart around the outside. Do they have the gas? Not quite, as the drift defence comes across. Ball spilled loose, so counter-attacking opportunity for Ipswich Scorpions. Forward they go into the hands of the Stuart Hogg of this team. Lunny. Wearing 15, but looking like a real threat on the counter as we go into half-time. Crusader Ladies 12, Ipswich 5. An entertaining first half here in this Women's Open. Crusader Ladies took a big opening start, built a 12-0 lead, but Ipswich Scorpions came back, scoring a try to narrow the gap to 12-5 as it stands at the half, but putting real pressure on throughout the rest of that half as well, which sets us up for a very exciting second half here at Norwich Rugby Club. Just about ready for the second half. Oh, and I promised him I'd give him some stick. And our sometimes commentator Tom has had to come on and use his technical expertise from the touch judge onto the live stream. He's been trying to avoid it all day, but there he is, having to fix the radio linking the refs up to each other. He's been running that touch magnificently all day, striding up and down. On the field, an early error from Crusader Ladies yields a scrum to Ipswich just outside of the Crusader 22. Big blindside to work with. I'll say that, I was looking at the screen, it's a smaller blindside than it looks. The angle is deceiving. I'll tell you what, having described her as the Stuart Hogg of this Ipswich Scorpions team, Lunny is playing like it as well. That ball didn't go to hand, but the amount of calling and instruction that is going on from her is quite outstanding. Real standout in this Ipswich side. Crusader ladies still have the lead though, and have a bit of possession. They're running sideways across the field, allowing Ipswich to get the cover across. So they're going to pull it back the other way, hoping for a bit of space. Back in field, offload away. Now the foot race is on down this left-hand side. Great cover tackle from Heather. Crusaders getting the ball through the hands, but now they put boot to ball. It's a counter-attacking opportunity for Ipswich. Space down the left-hand side if they want it. Lunny has a go around the outside. Gets the offload away to Clarice. Working it back in field. Space here. Clarice, one-on-one. Out they go. Round the back to Izzy. Izzy is going to go underneath the sticks. And a chance to level this game up. From 12-0 down, Ipswich bring it to 12-10. And a conversion to come. Oh, and she's bounced it over the crossbar. Oh, these Ipswich Scorpions know how to create a bit of drama. That conversion landing on top of the crossbar and just plopping over on the right side from the Scorpions' point of view. "12-0 becomes 12-all, and there is still plenty of time left in this game of sevens. Topping the group might have passed these two by, but second place very much up for grabs. What can Crusader ladies do in response? They looked much the better side early on, but ever since that Ipswich score, the girls in blue have looked the dominant side. Izzy with the crucial tackle there. Crusaders look blind. Brought to ground again though. Working the ball in field, but they're so narrow and tight to each other, it's going to be hard to break through down that channel. Trundling through the middle they go. These are hard yards to make, but they're the only yards available at the moment. Such is the narrowness of this attack, and the ball's spilled loose. Lunny gets the ball under control, and now breaking around the fringe is Clarice. Lunny now. Has she got the gas? Will she take the outside? No, she doesn't. Now she receives it. Now she'll go around the outside. Is this the moment? Lunny, she's got a long way to go. 30 yards left. She cuts back in. Now she's going into the centre field. Can she get there? She's going to do it. Lunny. The lactic acid is burning through those thighs. From diving on the ball at one end to scoring the try at the other. Twice she looked like she didn't back herself on gas, but she somehow ended up going 70 metres, and Ipswich have the lead. Conversion pulled though, so it's a narrow 5-point lead for Ipswich. And Will, talk to me about that.
Well, they've brought it back in some style. Great run there from the number 15. She's used up quite a lot of the clock. A little tactical bit of play there. Happy to take her time, and she uses the pace when she needs to. Gets it over the line and puts Ipswich back into the lead. Great stuff of rugby there.
Certainly is. It's great rugby. Great drama here on pitch one. There's a bit of counting going on. And an injury as well. We've got the, I don't know, is it a photographer? Is it a fan? We've got someone on the pitch trying to just count up some numbers. She's decided it's probably not her job. We have got a team of 5 referees, so I think we can we can leave it in their capable hands to count to 7 aside. It's just a short delay for an injury, a chance for everyone to catch their breath, a chance for, more than anyone, the players to catch their breath, as this has been a breathless game of sevens. Well, after that big crescendo, just a little flattening of the atmosphere as the injury gets tended to. I'm just going to have a look at some of those tries. This was the first one, and at this point, Crusaders were just flying, absolutely flying, storming around the outside. And then we saw them playing some good stuff for this other try, getting the ball through the hands and then just shrugging off the defender for their second, and they converted that first one, so it was a 12-0 lead, which became a 17-12 deficit after Ipswich came storming back, and we're back underway here. Ipswich's restart not quite going the full 10. So a free kick on halfway to Crusaders. We've got about 90 seconds or so left to play. What can Crusaders do? Can they turn this one back in their favour? Or can Ipswich score a try that might just take it beyond reach? All we know for sure is it's going to be tense. We've had that break, we've had that rest. Reaction now. Back underway. Crusaders looking pretty tasty here, getting around the outside. How's your chase, Ipswich? It doesn't matter how your chase is, the pace is what it's all about. The pace from Crusaders was outstanding around the outside. And that break serving Crusaders well. We hope their injured player is all right, but they'll take some solace in the fact that that break has just allowed them to gather their composure, perhaps just take a bit of the adrenaline out of Ipswich as well, and given them that try-scoring chance and the conversion, the crucial conversion to make it Crusader Ladies 19, Ipswich Scorpions 17. Time yet, but it's a long road as the clock ticks down. A bouncing ball then, gathered by Becky. Running it up, there's a bit of a broken defence here from Crusaders. If Ipswich can find it. Through the middle they go. The cover is in. It's all about the final pass here. Back in. No, it goes the other way. Tony had too many options left and right, and in the end, the ball squirted right, but it's a scrum down. Ipswich ball, is it? No, the referee blows her final whistle. The drama is over. Crusader Ladies win. Ipswich, oh, so close. When the break was on, it looked as though that might just be the winning moment, but in the end, it was the winning moment. The winning moment for Crusader Ladies. They take the victory, 19 points to 17 against Ipswich Scorpions. They'll take second place in the group. A fantastic culmination to that Group C in the ladies competition. And no sooner does this one end and attention turns straight back to the men's open competition, where we have Wise Monkeys up against the Hammerheads.
Penalty goes away of the Hammerheads, and they have time to move on the ball. They've got to use pace on the left-hand side of the pitch, but it doesn't end up successful for them. So Wise Monkeys to continue in possession. Watched a lot of them on pitch one here today. We've seen some good performances and some maybe not what they wanted it to be, but been a strong side and win here. Push them further into this competition. Goes likewise for the Hammerheads as well. A bit of American football for number 13. Lobs it over to the right-hand side of the pitch to the delight of the crowd. I've seen a few moments of different pieces of rugby, bits of unorthodox stuff. Always fun to watch. Sometimes they do come off. As Hammerheads look to go towards the try line, plenty of time to get there, no pressure from Wise Monkeys. The referee will advise the player to touch it down, but he will wait for the pressure and it will come from number 19. All about time management in these sevens games. You can lose yourself in the clock. Hammerheads using their time wisely, taking time to put the ball down. They score first 5-0 and now 7-0 with a conversion. Goes into the hands of Hammerheads. Got another chance to go at the try line, and so does the number 5. The mullet streamlined into that corner. Second try for the Hammerheads. A quick start firing into the lead here. Conversion isn't good. but they do have a 2-try lead with 1 conversion. Wise Monkeys get the ball here. It's a chance for them to get in some possession and go towards the Hammerheads try line, which they do collect the ball from the restart. Very high line and physical line from the Hammerheads. Find a way through. Pass goes out wide, but just fumbled. Referee will call it back for the knock-on. Heartbreak for the Wise Monkeys team, just as they were getting back into the game. Nicely, and will find a 3rd try. Quick pace from the number 8 underneath the posts, and will happily give the Hammerheads an even bigger lead in this fixture. Referee calls it back from the restart. Chance for Wise Monkeys to something on the ball. Just missed something here. I believe the Wise Monkeys have relieved some of the pressure, getting a try just on the stroke of half-time. Conversion isn't good, which means we go into the half. Hammerheads 17, Wise Monkeys 5. Referee gets us back underway and the Wise Monkeys restart this fixture. Straight out. Hammerheads. Hammerheads with time on the ball. Decent first half performance. They let the Wise Monkeys get one back. Just with Wise Monkeys on the ball, to try and get their second of the game. Try given. Wise Monkeys get back into the second half and they start off their second half, getting back into the game, a second try. 17-10 to the Hammerheads, but this conversion can pull them even closer.
Not that we're not enjoying ourselves. I thought that last game was alright.
Hammerheads on the ball now. They've let 2 tries go under their nose. Hammerheads look to use pace. They just can't get around the defence of the Wise Monkeys. The Wise Monkeys will happily take possession. A knock on in there, and the Wise Monkeys in Hammerheads half with a scrum ball. Wise Monkeys looking to go towards the line. Penalty given. They've completely turned this fixture around. Hammerheads was so strong in the first part of this game, but the Wise Monkeys have thrown back with some brilliant bits of rugby. I believe there's either a sin bin or a red card here for one of the Hammerhead players. This game is just falling into the hands of the Wise Monkeys as they go in towards the try line, deceiving that defence. They get over. Conversion is good, and they have drawn level with only 2 minutes to go. Hammerheads kick through. Legs on it, but just can't find the angle to pick up that ball. I've seen the first budgie smuggler I've seen today. Common occurrence here at rugby events. Wise monkeys.
I realised Stu's there.
Relentless pressure in the second half. Brought it back, and they've got another penalty in the Hammerheads half. This will be a huge comeback if it can be pulled off. The referee stopped the clock from an injury.
Oh, no, we've all passed over.
Ollie, I'm borrowing your budget, mate. I'm taking your games.
Guys, on the mic.
That's smart.
It's not his first rodeo.
Shit ring competition. I might have to put a few socks down there, but can't wait to get these boots.
Hello, hello. Mic check, mic check. Man on the mic.
Huh? Those guys up there.
Hello, Banchard.
David. Hello. Phil, I hate waiting. Yeah, I just want to get going. Do we have a ball? Bring the ball over.
Players set to be restarted
The
here.
first part of that was continue like stop fight.
Players seem okay, and the change will be made. Right, see him on his feet.
Few shots, few tries.
Yeah.
He was gassed when he was he loves it.
Ball flies into touch.
Yes,
Next try, surely. Hammerheads collect off the line out. Chance to finish this game off, maybe winning try. There is time on the clock to do it. Flies over the top. Just doesn't find the hands of the number 14. Our clock's gone red. Last play, last chance to get the winning try. It's on there, but the referee pulls it back. Deliberation between the two referees.
Arab dad. Bastard. Bastard.
Set to be restarted here in the hands of the Wise Monkeys. Wise Monkeys go towards the corner to try and win this game. I don't think it was given. If it was, there seems to be some lackluster reactions.
So last time I did my other one, I didn't have to wait.
I believe it was, and that will be the win for the Wise Monkeys. Hammerheads started off the game so well. They were in control, they were in the lead, but they let them crawl back in just at the end of that first half. Second half full of tries and points for the Wise Monkeys. An excellent win here, and more to come here live on Next Gen. Norwich Sevens, the Wise Monkeys 22, Hammerheads 17.
So, you join us again for the men's open competition. Bordeaux Beg, UBB Development, are against the hosts, Norwich. And I have to say, Bordeaux Beg have been arguably the outstanding team of this tournament. So it's a tough ask for the home side in the face of some rather frantic Bordeaux play early on in this game. As I mentioned earlier on commentary with Will Stace, Bordeaux and the British Army have been the standout sides, and Bordeaux just a joy to watch. We've had the joy of seeing them on this pitch one a number of times so far today. As the band starts to pick up the volume on the far side. The party may have started for some, but there's a few sides that know they're not going to be here on the rugby side for much longer today. But they're certainly going to be here on the dancing side. Norwich, by the way, whilst I'm wittering on about music, have scored the opening try of the game and nailed the conversion from the touchline. And could we be in here for an upset? Will Stace, the home side, with an early lead.
I certainly didn't put my bet on that. I'm sure someone, a lot of this crowd is very happy for that score. This Bordeaux side is a dagger through the heart. This could be an interesting watch.
Certainly could. Massive start from Norwich. And back in possession again. Huge early moment in this game from Norwich. Bordeaux now with a bit of possession. What can they do with it? Rather. Pushing, probing for a bit of space. They accelerate into contact with such ferocity for what is on average a fairly small group of men. Enzo Al-Assad with the offload, now gets it back from his mate. Quick penalty for Bordeaux. Theo Gerardo gets it out to Higueras, who now feeds the back line, and in particular Antoine Poussin, who's so dangerous, and we're seeing that danger right there. Poussin, he was electric in the first game we saw them in, and he's electric here again, creating that try all on his own. Antoine Poussin. You got to be careful how you say that one in French, actually, now that I think about it. You don't want a rogue T floating around. Well, that's exactly the sort of rugby we've come to expect from this Bordeaux side, isn't it? As we see the replay here of Poussin's strike.
They've clicked into gear and they're starting to show exactly what we've watched today. Another excellent score, and they're on their way to making it level.
Conversion banged over, they have indeed levelled it up, 7 points apiece. Norwich's lead didn't last long. The referee says play on with that. So play on they do through Gerardo, who's thrown to the ground like a rag doll. Ball was knocked on in the process, so Norwich have a scrum just inside their own 22. Scrappy ball for Norwich, dangerous position on the field as well, just short of their own try line. Bordeaux scrapping hard and winning that breakdown, earning the penalty, and Elisad has a go now into the hands of the dangerous Poussin, who goes for the big skip pass. Out they go, back inside. Higueras is taken to ground. So they go for the big wide pass. And across the line goes Theo Gerardo.
Get back in him now, brother. Hit him twice as hard. Hit him twice as hard, Kent.
Yeah, mate, that's what that is. After the play, that's what it belongs to me. And I was like, right, where the fuck is it? And he bodied Andrew.
Conversion not made this time, but it's a 12-7 lead. 12-7 lead for Bordeaux. And having gone behind early doors, Bordeaux are showing us exactly why we talked them up so much at the start of this game. Oh, Gerardo comes in with a thundering hit. Oh, from 25 yards away, he'd lined that tackle up. Well, French rugby is enjoying arguably the high point of our lifetimes. Not since the heady days of the likes of Serge Blanco and Philippe Sella have we seen such depth of talent in France actually managing to perform to that level of talent. We're seeing it feed down all the way here to this Bordeaux Beg development side. Across it goes. I suppose those sides of Rafa Ibanez and Fabien Blues were alright, weren't they? A few Grand Slams in there. Still, you can't deny a bit of hyperbole, can you? It's got to be done. Norwich struggling to get away from their own try line. Relentless pressure being put on them. They found a bit of space though, up to the 22, now beyond it, closing in on the 10-metre line, but Bordeaux managed to keep their defensive shape. Norwich, oh, intercepted into the hands of the dangerous Poussin, and the dangerous Poussin lives up to the nickname. Around the outside he goes. His second, his team's third. He's some player, isn't he, Will?
Absolutely excellent. Play from Bordeaux, clicking into gear and showing what they can do. Must be something about French sides in these English Sevens tournaments. We watched the London International Sevens a couple of weeks ago. French team smashed it there.
I'm wondering if it's got that.
Yeah, Sevens fantastic over there. We're just absolutely brilliant. As we go in at half time here, Just have a quick replay of this try. It was an intercept, and then there is no man you want on the end of that offload less from Norwich's perspective than Antoine Poussin. Similarities to his namesake Antoine Dupont in the way that he buzzes around the field. Half time, Bordeaux Beg Development 17, Norwich 7.
It's like if you've got nothing to work against, this is why generally people like Karen, I'm sorry, you say you will hold it back, and that's why I'm out. Yeah, this is why that's why I I can't lie though. Thing is,
Listen here to speak into that. So guys, in today's match we are seeing Norwich getting
Here we go then, the second half. Bordeaux Beg leading 17 points to 7 against the hosts Norwich Rugby Club here at the Norwich Sevens Festival. And Norwich with some possession early on, but fierce competition on the floor from Bordeaux, but illegal competition. I think they're going to be marched back 10. They are indeed, and a yellow card to boot, throwing the ball away, and a bit of a strop at the decision leads the referee to feel he has no option. So Norwich have got a couple of minutes with a man's advantage. We saw what they could do early in the first half with that score. Can they do something similar here? 17-7, only 10 points. It's not out of their reach yet. Although with Higueras breaking down this left-hand side, bit of danger is in the offing. Oh, delicious. Oh, the replay on that is going to be outstanding as Bordeaux score through Guyane. But Luca Lima is going to be the man taking all the plaudits for that. Guyane the scorer. But how about that for a bit of skill? I cannot wait to see this one again. 4 tries for Bordeaux, a 4th coming while down a man, and just look at this. Higueras goes down the right hand side, realises it's not on, so he hits the break, passes inside, the intercept is on, but Lima, no bother, just through the legs. And Victor Guyane, well, he still had a bit of work to do. The step inside was nice, the finish calm, but it was all about Luca Lima. If that doesn't make the highlight reel, nothing will. And Guyane is after another try. Instead, unselfishly, he passes it back in field to the fleet of foot Higueras, who's almost toying with the opposition. I think they were over the try line 2 or 3 times, they will, but they've still managed to get themselves exactly where they wanted to.
I think they made that play inside the try line. That was incredible. It's attention to detail when using up that clock and making sure they can get a conversion. It's clever and it worked. It's also great to watch.
The skill levels here just sublime from Bordeaux Beg. Just look at this. Guyane, you're right, Will, he's over the try line. He passes it to Higueras, who then steps around the defender to get underneath the sticks. Taking the Michael a bit there. Norwich from a 7-0 lead early on, they're now down 31 points to 7. This Bordeaux side has just turned on the heat. Still only with 6 men on the field, Bordeaux. Yellow card is over, but we need a break in play for them first. But still,
Off his feet, I don't care.
their defence solid as a rock. Norwich, though, have a bit of time and space out here. Oh, but look at that tackling.
But they win £3 grand.
The defence was stretched, but they still found a way. They may yet still be cracked. They are. Norwich used their numbers. Second try of the game. It's going to be too little, too late. At the risk of getting egg on my face, there is absolutely no way this Bordeaux side gives up such an advantage. But a really promising display from Norwich. 2 tries against this side. Few teams have managed that over the course of today.
I've played with him from Colts every year. We could have done with
I suppose part of the advantage for this French side is they're used to these warm temperatures more so than the UK-based players. Young group of players.
Come on! Come on, Norwich!
Bordeaux back up to 7. Missed pass out to the right hand side. Oh, delicious offload, doesn't quite go to hand. Inches from brilliance. Norwich go fast though. I'm not sure a wise option against this side. Bit of off the ball from a few of the Norwich players. Doesn't matter though, because it's a penalty to Bordeaux Beg. The pace that they inject on this game, just outstanding. And away goes Leonard Busquets. His second try of the game. Bordeaux's 5th.
Norwich, whoever they are, French. I know that much.
This has been a terrific performance. Norwich have played their part, but there's just been little they can do about this Bordeaux side. Castagne, oh, so nearly with the touchline conversion. Outstanding stuff from the men in white. They have been a joy to watch. The kickoff is a high hanging kickoff, claimed quite brilliantly by the Norwich number 4, who sets off on a little run, and then the big hits come in. And that's the thing about these top sides, Bordeaux and the Army, their defence is the equal to their attack. Relentless. They know they've got this game won, and yet still they are just flooding through with every tackle. They give away the penalty there through sheer over enthusiasm as much as anything else. Utterly determined. And then when the ball goes wide, they accept they need to give away the yards. They're going to give away a yellow card here, though, for the deliberate knock-on. A stray arm poking out. Deliberate knock-on, and in this day and age, deliberate or not, you're going to be adjudged to be deliberate. What was it Justin Harrison said the other week? Palms facing the sky versus palms facing the deck, something like that. Perhaps that should be where the distinction is drawn. Oh, how on earth did he get that ball away? Bordeaux are going to go the length from the most audacious of offloads behind their own try line, but I think we're going to come back to the try line for a penalty for that slightly awkward looking tip out the back of the tackle. Well, basically, I think I know what the conversation is here, because I did see it. The Bordeaux player has a man sort of on his back as he makes the offload, and on his own try line, he sort of stands up and tips the man over his head. It's an awkward one for the referees in that it's obviously not a tackle, so that confuses matters slightly, but he has tipped the man onto his head. Kind of anything could be the outcome. In the end, it's a yellow card for the number 8 from Norwich, and it's also a yellow card for the Bordeaux player. I think the yellow card for Norwich is for the reaction. The yellow card for Bordeaux is for the offence, and it's Norwich that will have the penalty. Yes! So Bordeaux down to 5, Norwich have got 6. So one thing there is out there is definitely space, but we won't get to see it used because the ball is held up over the try line, and that is full time. Bordeaux go through the morning unbeaten. They will be in the Cup quarter-finals. They beat Norwich, the hosts, 36 points to 12. What a performance from Bordeaux Beg. We're going to have a 20-minute break now, roughly, before we get underway with the knockout games at 3:40. So do whatever you need to do. Get the kettle on, get a cold drink in, go to the toilet, whatever you need to do. You do that. You've got a good 15, 16, 17 minutes until kickoff. And I'll tell you the game now because the schedule has just been passed through. It's the Women's Cup quarter-final at 3:40. Savvy Panthers against Ipswich Scorpions. You've got 22 minutes to go and chill out and see the world. We'll be back with you at 3:40 for that Women's Cup quarter-final.
Well, welcome back to the Norwich Sevens Festival. The Savvy Panthers taking on the Ipswich Scorpions in the Women's Open competition. The Savvy Panthers are on the left-hand side of your screen, with the Ipswich Scorpions on the right-hand side. The referee gives the thumbs up, and we look to get underway. This is the first of the knockout competitions today. A quarter-final in the Women's Open competition. The winner of this will face the Hammerheads. They've had a bye, going straight through to the semi-final. So all to play here between Ipswich and the Savvy Panthers. Music and the atmosphere starting to build the latter part of this afternoon. Some teams have already left, having been knocked out of their competitions. It's the business end of the day, and the atmosphere is building. Tensions are rising. With the Panthers on the ball, searching for options, and they move it ever so quickly. They use the outside option and trying to use the pace on this right-hand side, and they will do. The number one of the Savvy Panthers finds and breaks through, giving that first bit of oomph and that 5 points on the board. Angus Savage, what do you think separates teams when it comes to this knockout part of the day? They've already had quite a lot of rugby. What makes them go further? What makes a winner in these competitions?
Bodies on the ground, first of all. If you look how dry these pitches are, you know, it's just, that's nothing against the venue. That's just a cause of the summer weather. There's been no rain. There's a lot of injuries out there. Tired bodies, sore bodies, broken bodies. So if you can get 7 people out there, you're onto a winner to begin with. And then it's just quality will out. If you've got the ability to sustain your quality, sustain your intensity in defence and attack, you'll go far.
Seems as Savvy Panthers have taken that advice. They've got a lead early in this game. The restart goes straight out, and it will be a chance for Ipswich to get a hand on the ball. Savvy Panthers with more time on the ball. They look so strong in this fixture. I haven't seen them so far today. With another run on the outside, and the number 7 will look to go over the try line, which she does. They double down, the Savvy Panthers. 2 tries within 4 minutes, and a great start. Almost booking their place to that semi-final versus the Hammerheads.
run at them.
Great run round the outside and a lot of pace used again. Savvy Panthers. An excellent finish, bringing them 2 tries up with 1 converted. Never seen that sort of kicking style from a drop kick. Something new, and the Savvy Panthers collect from the kickoff, collect from the restart, and then number 16 touchdown to make it a 3rd try. They've played some absolutely brilliant rugby in this first half. And 3 tries speak the measures of it. A quick reminder that the winner of this will go into the semi-final, and they will play the Hammerheads. They get a straight through bye due to the team pulling out.
Come on, girls. Straight back. Let's run at them.
Another brilliant score, just teasing the defence and buying time. Savvy Panthers, they look strong, they look fit, they look ready for action. And they've had an excellent performance in this first half versus Ipswich. Ipswich haven't really had a chance to get into it. They have got time on the ball here. A knock-on leads them to giving it over. Ipswich with a bit of pressure here on the Savvy Panthers attack, but they continue to go in a lot of pace from the number 14 out into the number 3.
Forward.
And using the woman on the outside to make it 4 tries in the first half. The number 4, an incredible score, and half-time is called. The Savvy Panthers take a 17-0 lead against Ipswich. Half time here. referee gets this one back underway. The Savvy Panthers took a 17-0 lead against Ipswich, and they'll continue to make that lead even greater. The number 16 runs underneath the posts, and it's an excellent score. Straight away the pressure comes back on. A strong performance from the Savvy Panthers, and surely that's their place booked into the semi-final. Ipswich with a chance to get hand on the ball. Referee calls for a free kick. Ipswich with a chance to make something work. They haven't got a look in this game so far, but a darting run made. And the Savvy Panthers once again collect that ball and will retain possession. Ruthless from the Savvy Panthers. They keep moving it, and they have numbers on this side, and they won't need to use it, as the number 8 will make an incredible run towards the try line, and that's another great score. The 5th try of this game. The Savvy Panthers on their way to the semi-final, and eyes will be turning as they look like they might be strong contenders to win this Women's Open competition. Number 6 has a little search, lays it back inside, and then gives it to that number 8. Fends one off, sees the gap, and it's a darting run made. Special pieces of rugby being played in the Women's Open competition. The Savvy Panthers on their way to that semi-final. The kick doesn't go the full way and will be brought back by the referee. Collect after the restart. Room to manoeuvre in. They choose their number 9. It's a tough challenge, and the Savvy Panthers come away with the ball. And numbers on the left-hand side once again, and number 16 will dart through the middle. That is an excellent try from the Savvy Panthers, and a 6th of the day. 2 minutes left on the clock. How many more can they get? It's been a ruthless performance, and they've given Ipswich no chance or no sight of getting in. sure you can hear the live music in the background. Atmosphere's certainly building. Business end of the day, as I've said before. The savvy Panthers have come through and put in an excellent performance and will find themselves in a place in the semi-final. We will bring you that fixture when it comes, obviously. Famous words of DJ Khaled, another one. Savvy Panthers put a 7th on the board. Coming up next on pitch 1, the coverage will continue. In the men's bowl competition, Angus Savage will be taking you through that one. I'll be alongside. Great take from the line out and space to manoeuvre in for the number 3. She gets another try for the savvy Panthers. Our clock has gone red, but we're back underway. The referee says there's more time to go.
Got him, switch!
Touch, and that will be it. The savvy Panthers win the quarter-final in the women's competition. They'll go on to play the Hammerheads. Ipswich Scorpions never really found their feet, never had that chance to get into the game. The savvy Panthers with an excellent performance, 41-0. Join us soon for the men's open competition.
Okay, you join us now for the start of the bowl competition. Those teams that didn't qualify for the cup in the men's open go through to the bowl. It's the semi-final stage and it's Hammerhead Sevens up against the Dardanites, who, as you can see from their logo, are from Dardan Security, one of the sponsors here today. Hammerheads are going to be kicking off there on the left-hand side of your screens in the purple, pink and white hoops. On the right-hand side of your screens are the Dardanites in the reds. Two sides that actually showed plenty of promise earlier on in the day, so both will have their sights well set on this bowl competition. Sadly, no team sheets for either side. So we're going to be calling people by their most notable features. And it's a good start for the Dardanites because Hammerheads weren't, well, ran in front of the kicker. Not an ideal start from them. An electric start from the Dardanites, turning on the gas early doors from 14. The gas man, we'll call him, I think. Gas man has it again. Starts to spread the ball. Now they're having a look. The number 12, he scored a hat-trick earlier on this pitch, remember, and he's remembering that himself because he's away for what is going to be the opening score of this bowl semi-final. The hat-trick hero from earlier on is underneath the sticks for his first try of this game, the Dardanites' first try of this game. It's going to be a 7-0 lead. First blood to the insurance man. We see the replay here. The play almost looked like it was going nowhere. Runs backwards, shrugs free of the tackle, and then the waters just part in front of him. Dardanites send the kick to the far side. Hammerheads looking to respond as fast as possible, imparting plenty of width on this early doors. Now they just hit the brakes a little, taking it into contact. An unwise decision though, because it's ripped free in the tackle. Dardanites, number 15, the enforcer in this side, tears the ball free in the tackle and goes rampaging home to score in the left-hand side. Well, Hammerheads looked as though they were about to show some patience, but instead they opted to take it into contact, and they are made to pay big time. $12-0 Dardanites. Inside of no time, and an absolute bang on the money conversion from the touchline gives them a 14-0 lead. A fizzing start from the men in red. Absolutely fizzing. There are some sloppy rigs knocking around now. People have decided it's time to get the tops off in the sun. A better idea for some than others. Hammerheads, what can they do to respond? There's plenty of time to come back yet, but it has been a rapid start from the Dardanites. Hammerheads moving it from left to right. Now they have a bit of space. Turning on the gas through the middle of the pitch they go, cutting back inside, bounces off the tackle and away for the try. Perfect response from Hammerheads. Semi-final, well and truly alive here. Men's bowl. Conversion is landed. 14 points to 7 as we see the replay here. And this is the thing we've seen from some of the best sides, is when they turn the gas on, they turn it on immediately, and we see there he just goes from 0 to 100, hits the brakes, cuts inside, bounces off the tackle, and across the line to halve the deficit to 14-7. And we're only just gone halfway through this first half. Kickoff hangs high, going to be contested highly, but it's brilliantly taken by the Dardanites and offloaded fantastically as well. Finding a bit of space now as they rumble towards halfway. Gas turned on, offload to the try scorer from before, the number 12. It's the 5th time on this pitch we've seen him cross the line. The 2nd time in this game. And he is going to take his time to get that one down. He does indeed. 19 points to 7. which is surely going to become 21 points to 7. And that was just bang, bang, bit of acceleration, offload through. And well, when this number 12 gets the ball, no one is catching him. Absolutely no one. Short delay as the water is run off the pitch. Dardanites set to kick off. That one pretty straight. So Hammerheads have a little look. Ball goes loose though, and it's seized by the number 14, but it goes forward. So Hammerheads have a chance to counter, and counter they do, almost up to the halfway line, getting the offload through, crossing halfway now, up towards the 10, getting the pass through. 15 has it, he's just snagged, but manages to break free. Gets the ball through the hands to 8. The try scorer from before, and the try scorer again as he steps inside. His second try of the game. Perfect response to the Dardanites try as the Hammerheads cross for their second, number 8 second. And we've still got a little while to go before we even reach half time here. 5 tries in this first half. Dardanites lead 21 points to 14. So we see the replay here. They did really well to keep the ball alive despite getting sort of snagged in the tackle. And then it's just a step off the right from the number 8. And the drift just wasn't coming from the inside. He had space to run into. And away he went home. And that's what happens. You get those offloads away, the inside defence just finds it harder and harder and harder to recover and track their inside, that outside shoulder across the inside of their outside man. I think I said inside and outside enough times in a row there. Penalty Dardanites. Probably the last play of the half. Down to the 12. We know how dangerous he can be. 14, a threat as well. Bouncing ball, tidied up, now into the hands of 12. We know what he's going to look to do. He's going to see if he can find some space, and he's found some space around the outside. He's broken past the first tackle. No one's going to catch him now. It's his second hat-trick on pitch 1 today. Not many players can say they've scored 1, let alone 2. But this number 12 for Dardanites has got a first half hat-trick to back up his earlier hat-trick from this morning. And he's going to send his side into half-time. 26 points to 14 up against Hammerheads. In pole position to reach the final. But I think his mates are giving him some stick because by all normal rules that was the wrong decision, but he's made it the right decision because he is simply too fast for anyone to handle out there. Conversion once again slotted from the touchline. I take it back, that conversion was missed from the touchline. That leads us into half-time with Dardanites leading the Hammerheads 26 points to 14 in this semi-final of the men's bowl competition. An absolutely
I love vaginas.
Half, both sides giving plenty, but Dardanites are just ruthless on the break. That number 12 of theirs with the hat-trick, absolutely fantastic. 26-14 at half-time, Dardanites lead. just about ready then for the second half. And just to let you know what's coming up after this one, we're over to the Women's Bowl competition where West Norfolk will be taking on Chelmsford Bluebirds. After that, we're into the cup competition. The Men's Cup semi-final, Bordeaux against Speranza. And then at 5 o'clock, Savvy Panthers against the Hammerheads in the Women's Cup semi-final. And from 5:20 onwards, all the action is on pitch 1 because it's all semi-finals and finals. So you do not need to worry about missing a single thing from 5:20 onwards. But we've got a little while to go yet before that point, 4:10, and we are halfway through the Men's Bowl semi-final with the Dardanites leading Hammerheads 26 points to 14. Hammerheads in possession on the right-hand side of your screens. Dardanites in the red, in defence on the left-hand side of your screens as things stand. And it could be a fast start for the Hammerheads. They needed a fast start to this second half, and I think they're going to get it. The pass comes in. Is he going to make it to the try line? He's going to do better than make it to the try line. He's going to make it underneath the posts. I thought the pass was a risk. He looked like he was clear, but what do I know? That's why I'm talking and they're playing, because that pass was on the money. And Hammerheads are going to reduce this deficit to just 5 points once this conversion surely goes sailing over the posts. The perfect start to the second half from Hammerheads. See the replay here. The floated pass comes in. It could have all gone wrong, but it went oh so right as Hammerheads went underneath the post. It's a 5-point game now. Dardanites 26, Hammerheads 21. That kick is on the money, but he's taken in the air. So Dardanites will get to go quick. Hammerheads, I think he knew that he was going too early because it was a much softer hit than you might have expected. As chipping the ball through goes the 14. How's your bounce? It's a good bounce. Collects it. Can he get the offload away? Side entry from Hammerheads. So the penalty is there for Dardanites. They go quick. Out to the 12. Key moment this. They've made a lot of changes at half time. And up against the bigger man they go, but the referee I think is going to give a yellow card against, I think against the Hammerheads 15. I'm not entirely sure what for. Possibly he was offside. So Dardanites with a man's advantage. Can they take advantage of that? They're going backwards at the moment. Now it's to deck, safe ball at the ruck. This is where they may have the numbers. They cut back against the grain. Getting physical out there now. Looking towards the blind side, out to the number 1 on the left wing. Oh, and it's the correct decision because he just turned on the afterburners for a half a second and that took him away. And that puts his side 10 points clear, conversion to come. Time left yet for Hammerheads, more than enough time. But Dardanites taking instant advantage of having that extra man due to the yellow card to Hammerheads. Conversion doesn't go. But a 10-point lead now for Dardanites. We look at the replay, it was just a big miss pass out to the left wing, and they knew there was a pace mismatch out there and took full advantage of that. The band on the far side are getting very lively now. Their crowd is building. It's up to 3 now. It'll be bouncing over there later though, I'm only jesting. The rugby is the focus of the attention now, but this party is going to go on long into the night, and that crowd is going to be absolutely hopping over there before too long. But such is the quality of the rugby out there that the touchlines are absolutely lined at the moment. Hammerheads with work to do. Getting around the outside, drift comes in. And they're going to go the length. I think the Hammerheads, the tackles couldn't come in. Just about get over the line. The chase was fantastic. But those two little half fens with the extra pace were just enough for the Hammerheads. So we are down to 5 points again. Barely 2 minutes left to go. Touchline conversion. Every conversion now crucial. A place in the final is at stake here. It's a clean strike. It's got the distance, but it's not quite got the accuracy. Drifts to the right-hand side. So it remains a 5-point game. We see here round the outside, and it's just, he's got that extra bit of gas. It was good footwork as well, just to find the outside shoulder. Allowed him to get that fend in. And so the game is down to 5. Bouncing ball from the kickoff, just about gathered by Dardanites. No one seems to want to claim that. So we end up with a scrum down. Hammerheads ball. Hammerheads. Is this the moment? There's around about 30 seconds left. This could be the key moment in the game. The man with the ball under his arm there, the number 8, he's scored 2 already. Can he complete the hat-trick? Well, they've got a free kick and he's taken it fast. And he's on the charge. He could be away for the hat-trick here. Fends off. He's just hauled down 5 meters short. And gets the penalty to boot for the high tackle. And another penalty for not 10. And I think it's going to be a yellow card, Dardanites. 2 or 3 offences in one there, and it is a yellow card. So we will play out this last play of the game with Hammerheads, a man to the good, but 5 points down. Dardanites defending with 6, but with that 5-point advantage. How's it all going to go? Well, let's find out. Hammerheads ship it to the right-hand side. They cut back inside. They're going to finish with a try. We're all square. The number 6 goes over in the right-hand side. It's a little tester of a conversion for the win. 31-all. It's in that awkward area. It's not a gimme by any stretch, this. The number 2 is the man charged with the responsibility. He brings it back almost to the 22. It's clean strike, hanging high. But it's gone wide. That's full time. We draw 31 apiece. I'm going to do a bit of research to find out exactly what happens, because that's a semi-final and it's a draw. There's going to be a bit of a debate. The players don't know. I'm not sure the ref knows. I've got referees all over the place here trying to work out what exactly the protocol is here. As soon as they know, and I know, you'll know. As it stands, 31-all in this semi-final. No one's quite sure. I'm sure we'll see a celebration if it's all over. I'm sure we'll see extra time if that's what's happening. Meantime, what a dramatic finish that was. The try from Hammerheads. There's a bit of a chat going on. We've got We've got 5 refs on the pitch at the moment. I think there's a bit of a debate as to what exactly happens here. No one quite knows. The refs are talking to the 2 sides. Both sides are still on the pitch, which does suggest that extra time could be in the offing. It doesn't entirely look like we have a decision. I'm going to see if I can grab a word with one of the touch judges, who hopefully is going to be able to tell me what the situation is. And the answer to the question we've all been wondering is it's extra time, 2 minutes each way, golden point. That means the first team to score a point wins. We have a maximum of 4 minutes, and then don't even ask me what happens if we're still even after that. We will cross that bridge when we come to it, ladies and gentlemen. The key at the moment is we are down to a golden point situation in this bowl semi-final. It all finished up 31 apiece between Hammerheads and the Dardanites and Hammerheads. So it was 31 all, as we just have it confirmed there that it is 2 minutes each way, golden point. Drama here at the Norwich Sevens Festival. Hammerheads will kick off. The first team to score a point will be in the bowl final. This is doing our schedule no favours, but I love it. Hammerheads hoist it high to the 14. He's been a threat all game. Challenges the defensive line first up here. Gets the offload away to 13. Every single bit of play here is crucial. Dardanites penalty. In from the side for the Hammerheads. They were so close to the turnover there. You can sense the urgency from all sides here as Dardanites take it into contact and earn the penalty. Do the Hammerheads. Brilliant work on the deck. Now their turn to have a push and a probe. A chip over the top from the 3. He scored the try to take things close into the hands of the 2, whose conversion was missed at the end, but his try is going to win it, and that is glorious stuff. Redemption for the number 2. His conversion drifted wide, but it's his try that will send his side into the bowl final, or will it? Or will it? The referee and the touch judge are just having a chat. Just checking that it was indeed not a foot in touch. They're happy with it. It's not a foot in touch. Hammerheads are going through to the bowl final here at the Norwich Sevens Festival. What a dramatic finish. A stunning finish. Golden point sends the Hammerheads through. And we've got barely 10 seconds to let the nerves and the adrenaline settle before we're into the women's competition. I can see them preparing to get on the field. Hammerheads through to the final. A stunning comeback against the Dardanites. Golden point will do it. And we're going to take just 10 seconds rest ahead of that women's semi-final. So, after all the drama of that men's bowl semi-final, it's into the women's bowl semi-finals. Oh, and now the party really has started. We've got the teams dancing on the sides of the pitch. We've got the teams dancing on the pitch, to be honest. The number 9 there for Chelmsford Bluebirds is definitely in the party spirit. So, women's bowl semi-final. Left-hand side of your screens, we have Chelmsford Bluebirds. On the right-hand side of your screens, West Norfolk. And I think we can say that these two teams are well and truly in the party spirit. There are smiles on faces. There's a real sense of atmosphere around the ground now after that men's bowl semi-final. And the women's bowl semi-final follow suit. Around about 6 minutes behind schedule, which is remarkable given the extra time in that past game. West Norfolk kick off, so Chelmsford with a chance to attack, but the ball doesn't go to hand. Line out West Norfolk. West Norfolk with the first attack here. On the charge they go. Plenty of cheers from the touchlines.
Come on, Jeremy, you
from West Norfolk. Real excitement from both sets. I've just realised, I think, as well, that I might have a team sheet for West Norfolk.
Bogies.
I do indeed have a team sheet. That's exciting, isn't it? Scrum down. Chelmsford Bluebirds, though. But seeing as a semi-final, I'll do a quick run through of the West Norfolk team sheet. Jenna Moxley, Laura Howlett, Sarah Hodge, Esme Pears, Eleanor Navradi, Amber Wadlow, Tiff Turner, Lucy Shaw, Jade Nicholson, Georgie Ingham, Ellen Page, and Raven Wales, probably. Chelmsford secure the ball from the scrum, looking to get the offload away, but it's gone into the hands of West Norfolk. Has it? No, the referee says both sides have knocked it on, so we will have a scrum down. West Norfolk ball. West Norfolk, by the way, just in case you missed it, are in the grey shirts on the right hand side of your screen. Chelmsford on the left hand side in the blue. Well, the blue and the array of crisscross colour on their chest and backs.
Go, Lily! I don't want it! Get on it, Lily!
West Norfolk open the scoring. Here at the Norwich Sevens Festival in this bowl semi-final. First blood, West Norfolk. Local side. The volume has more than gone up outside there. Conversion.
Let's go, Chel!
So, West Norfolk lead, 5 points to 0. Chelmsford bit of work to do early on, but there is so much time left, and as we know in sevens, 5 points is nothing. The referee's just not quite happy with the balls that are available, and he won't be too happy about the fact that his kicking skills have just been displayed on the live stream, because that was none too good, has to be said. So we await the ball.
Go, girls!
Taking its time a little bit. Kick off West Norfolk then. Back underway after that delay. And Chelmsford Bluebirds on the attack early on, getting through the first tackle, getting the offload away, doesn't quite sit right, but they still manage to gather it back up. And Chelmsford working hard through the middle, and away they go.
Let's go!
Scorching through with the number 8.
Good work, Lily!
A real collegiate atmosphere on the touchline as the West Norfolk bench applauds that Chelmsford try. So there we go, a real party atmosphere. Glorious bit of finishing. Hits a great line to collect the offload, and then that fend with the left hand frees up the space to just charge home for a quite brilliant opening try. Five points each then, the conversion missed.
Just the one. You want the tackler? Fucking love.
West Norfolk go quick. Offloading through the tackle into the hands.
Go on, Lil! Yeah, Lil T-Touch! Yes! You don't want it! Go on, Lil! Don't lock it up, him! Yeah! That's what I want to hit it! I'm coming! I'm coming! I'll lick it up! That's the commitment we want! Oh, look, beautiful! Oh, fuck! Yeah!
Come all the way back to halfway for a penalty. West Norfolk were offside.
Not 10! Not 10!
Chelmsford. Well, I'm not entirely sure what was going on there. I think we'll just pretend it didn't happen.
Why is someone taking their blood shield?
Chelmsford then. Oh, the Red Seas have parted almost. They could be away. They've got numbers over, but the ball goes to floor. Oh, it's a tragic error. Chelmsford knocked the ball on, and I think that's half time. 5 points apiece then in this semi-final of the Women's Bowl. West Norfolk 5, Cheltenham Bluebirds 5.
Still got to do it, yeah. Still got to do it, you got to be quiet. Anyone else want to get some? If it's fair, I'll have some. I'll have
We are back. Coverage in the ladies. Oh, semi-final. West Norfolk taking on Chelmsford.
Yes!
An equal first time try apiece. It just so happens that Chelmsford go towards the try line, but had just stopped on the line. To the delight of the West Norfolk crowd here. But Chelmsford more than happy to take it over a second later, and they get their second score of the game.
I'm not ready. Longer.
Great run through, just stops at the final hurdle. But they know that they've got teammates and support, and that was what was used over the line. Second try and a 5-point lead. Substitution being made here from West Norfolk. On goes number 10, Tiff Turner. Well, that's a good name. West Norfolk. Somehow they keep possession and back into touch, which means Chelmsford will have a chance to get back on the ball. Every second counts in these fixtures, booking a place towards the final.
All right, Pino. No fear.
Out the scrum, West Norfolk in the ball. West Norfolk are making plenty of passes and finding options, in which they do. They find a big option on the right-hand side. There's a huge chance for West Norfolk to get back into the game. The penalty goes their way. They take 10 metres and they'll go forwards, and the number 12 moves inside and will get them level. West Norfolk back into the game. No try, gives the referee a knock on in the final stages. Well, it's a scrum down. Knock on was the call from the referee. on their scrum. Choose the outside option, cut down quickly, and a knock-on given, and West Norfolk in a very dangerous area if they can win this. 3 minutes, 2 minutes left on the clock. If there's something you want to get excited about, I can see the Bordeaux team getting ready to go, raring to go, to explode onto pitch 1 in the next fixture. West Norfolk have won their scrum, and they look towards the try line. Penalty given the other way. Chelmsford have another chance to get out of danger, move towards safety. A few good passing options becoming available. One used, but that will be called forward by the referee. West Norfolk once again will get the chance to get possession back. Final stages of this game. West Norfolk pick up, look to go around the blind side, but defended nicely from Chelmsford as West Norfolk continue to pass and move. And they have space to work in, and they go towards the try line, and that is an excellent score. It will take them level with the Chelmsford Bluebirds. Conversion is not good. We have it equal on our scorecard. The referee made it different as there is handshakes all around. Trying to work out who is the most happy out of the two. We will try and work out the result of that fixture for you. Deliberation between the referees. I don't think this one is quite over. I believe they have it the same as us. The coaches of Chelmsford's team are going over. They have been called back on. So the mistake that's been made here is the next fixture has been readied up, but obviously this one isn't over, it is equal. We will move towards a golden try scenario. All confirmed, ready to go for the golden try here between Chelmsford Bluebirds and West Norfolk Ladies. Tense moments, 2 golden try fixtures already in the business end of afternoon here at Norwich Sevens.
Hey, what's going on? Fucking hell, who wants it? Yeah, everyone wants a bit of extra. Golden goose. Let's go, go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
It's a weird time of the year for sports. So you've got the incredible Sevens tournaments that are going on, but the Football League is kicked back underway this weekend. So much to feast your eyes on, but I'm sure you're all tuning in to Norfolk Sevens, Norwich Sevens. Some incredible fixtures here. We have more to come, of course, but West Norfolk Ladies versus Chelmsford Bluebells. A golden try scenario. The first to score points wins this fixture as a referee looks to his whistle. He will get us underway. Kick is a long one. It goes out into touch. Line out comes in and Chelmsford do recollect it off a ricochet, but the referee calls for it to come back. Chelmsford possession, they'll happily take it. Off the floor they go.
Pass! Pass! Stop taking it in contact. Yes!
West Norfolk straight on them.
Stay down, stay down.
There's an injury here on the pitch, I'm sure, which will be attended to. Short break in play here as we make sure this young person is okay on the Chelmsford side. Claps all around her, she'll be taken off the pitch by her teammates and colleagues. Hopefully we can get back underway shortly for what is a tense fixture between Chelmsford Bluebells and West Norfolk Ladies. The referee gives the okay for the game to go ahead. And everyone is all okay, which is a delight to hear. Chelmsford have the put in at the scrum. And they will collect the ball. Moving and out wide. West Norfolk are right on their tail.
Sorry?
Sharing possession as West Norfolk now have a hold on the ball, and they will go forwards towards the try line and book their place into the final. West Norfolk Ladies have done it. An incredible try from the number 12. Look at this, in the final moments, just lost the ball out of a tackle. The number 12 picks it up. Sees a space, goes into it, evades almost 4 or 5 ladies, finds her way through, and that is the game, and that is their place booked into the final. West Norfolk Ladies go through, Chelmsford Bluebells are out. And to stick to schedule, we are straight back into it in the men's open competition. You'll recognise the team on the left-hand side. I'm just confirming who is on the right-hand side. Bordeaux taking on Speranza. we have spoken a lot about Bordeaux and how incredible they are, but surely there will be a test in the form of Speranza. Bordeaux looking to go to the corner in their first option for a try. Move it back in, field the number 3 with an incredible run inside. And he'll finish off to get the first score in this fixture. Bordeaux underway straight away.
Hey, heads up, go again, boys! Carl! Carl, this side!
So I took it quick, think maybe another shot.
Back underway. Bordeaux 5-0 up.
Jordy, get wide! Swap out, Jordan!
The women's over there now.
Speranza with a lot of pace on that right-hand side. They'll look to go round, and they do. The number 14 of Speranza goes all the way to the corner and brings it back level. An excellent score there. Down off the restart. Nice hands to move it out wide. And then the pace. It's incredible to get them level. He judges the situation and knows he can get round, and what a score to bring them level. And we're back underway. Good play here as Bordeaux will look to retaliate in a fashion that is so effortlessly good. Sprints of pace from the number 4. Push them all the way over the line. Back ahead, and it's such a frantic start to this semi-final.
Don't jump! Push and press!
No, I was surprised with my team. I had 2 one-on-one races and I won both of them. And I was quite surprised. Especially that fucking
Conversion is good as well. Every point will matter later on in today's competitions, and it also means so much today and right now. Pass inside was excellent, exactly where I wanted it, and that burst of pace was electric. Bordeaux searching for options. They find another one in the form of their number 3. A third try. If you can hear on the pickup mics the delight of their coach, really proud of their efforts made on the pitch today. Everything looks effortless and easy. The class of Bordeaux has been shown throughout the whole day, and they're continuing to show it on pitch 1 in the semi-final.
Go boys! Heads up!
The bad thing is, the bad they're stopping playing there like
Then you call it, Jordan. Get up, get up, get up, get up!
Steps inside, gives it to the man, and then it's the 3rd try they've scored today.
Go, go, go! With it!
I think every replay is worthy to go in their highlight reel.
With it!
special display here. But Speranza on the attack once again. They're not letting up. But Bordeaux once again pass it inside into the number 4. Sheer pace being used, and there's an option on the outside in the number 3. He takes it to the corner. Trying to work out the referee's decision. Might be a bit of deliberation between the 2 referees. So that was held up, which means that Speranza will have the opportunity to keep the score at an approachable stage. Bordeaux continuing to go forwards. Just fumbled there, which means it goes into the hands of Speranza. Half time is called. Bordeaux 17, Speranza 5. Welcome back to semi-final action here at the Norwich Sevens. Bordeaux development team versus Speranza 22. Bordeaux development with a great first half, 17-5. They'll look to continue that in the second half, but the Speranza, they'll want to prove a point and get themselves back into the game. As Bordeaux are now in the hands of possession. And then number 4, ever so pacey, strives through the middle of the pack. Ball falls clean for a Bordeaux man, but called back for an offence, and it will be given to Speranza. Moments like this is where Speranza really need to take advantage of if they want to go further in this competition. Ball falls out to a Speranza player, but nothing can be made of it as Bordeaux will recollect. The number 8 moving, dartingly out wide. Bit of interplay means it gets back to him. Numbers on the outside, but not used. The number 2 goes inside. A great run. He goes towards the try line. Can't ground it, which means Speranza will happily take possession of the ball. Thrown into touch, not by the Bordeaux player, means it will go back into Bordeaux hands. Speranza on the ball. Great little run inside, but they're still in the danger zone if it does get overturned, and it has been by the referee's call. Moved out wide, but great tackle in there from Speranza, which means they get back on the ball. Knocked forward. It's back and forth. It's going everywhere, but every second that goes means Bordeaux's win is looking more likely. Just as they went to take the tap and go, a slight fumble means they've knocked it on, and Bordeaux will happily take the ball. So back and forth at the start of the second half. Speranza with ball in hand. Passes just don't go their way, and a forward pass means it goes back to Bordeaux via a scrum. Speranza with ball in hand, look to go out wide, try and make use of the space that they have got. And pace on the outside is excellent, but just not enough to get past the Bordeaux defence. Early line comes up, can't grab the ball. Speranza with space to move into. The number 7 touches down to put the second try on the board for Speranza. I believe the conversion was good as well. Let's take another look at this. Excellent score. The line is so high from Bordeaux. It means there is space to run into, which the number 7 does. He obviously makes use of his pace and goes towards the line. And is never scared of that number 9. This is interesting. 17-12. One try, 1 minute could change the whole game. Bordeaux coming forwards. Great bit of pace. Just can't find his feet to keep going. Into the number 9. Going out wide now. Chances, options opening up, using the number 14. Towards the try line they go. And the referee calls in touch. Shock on the faces of the Bordeaux fans and team. Delight to the Speranza fans and team. Heartbreak, they could have done it. They could have settled the score, settled the tie. But there's more time to go.
Back in technical zone. Back in technical zone.
And that is full time here. Speranza are knocked out by the excellent Bordeaux development team. It's what was expected, but they made it close, and Bordeaux weren't in full control throughout that game, but they have a place going into the final. And that is full time. Bordeaux development 17, Speranza 22-12.
Okay, it is semi-final time in the Women's Cup competition, and we have here on pitch 1 on the live stream Savvy Panthers against the Hammerheads. Over on the other pitch, pitch 2, it's the Army against Bury Foxes. So by the time all is said and done, in about 14-15 minutes time, we will have our finalists in the Women's Cup competition, and the final for that will be taking place at 6:20, so just over an hour from now. Hammerheads are going to kick off there on the right-hand side of your screen in the purple, pink and white quarters. On the left-hand side of your screen in the black are the Savvy Panthers. We're getting a lot of yeehaws from the band on the far side of the pitch, but what are we going to see on the pitch? We're about to find out. We are underway here in this Women's Cup semi-final, and it's a disappointing start for Hammerheads. We will go back to halfway for a free kick, Savvy Panthers. That kick didn't go 10. Goodness me, there are some haircuts nowadays in the teenage population, it has to be said. As a few walk past me with what can only be described as parent embarrassers. Savvy Panthers, meanwhile, in more serious matters, are getting the ball moving from right to left, and a bit of space down the left-hand side, and a bit of a foot race for the far corner. The number 7 is away. Could she open the scoring in this cup semi-final? Yes, she can. Savvy Panthers take the lead. A simple try in many ways. It just shows the value of good crisp passing. And then electric speed at the end of it. These two sides are used to seeing each other. They've seen plenty of each other on the circuit so far this season. We've commentated on plenty of their games. And here at the Norwich Sevens Festival, it's first blood, Savvy Panthers. Panthers to kick off then. Conversion was missed. 5-0 lead. Oh, and their kickoff now doesn't go 10. Both sides struggling with the kickoffs early on here, so it'll be a free kick on halfway for Hammerheads. We saw what Savvy Panthers did from theirs. Can Hammerheads repeat the trick? A little loop move just to kick things off. A big handoff to the face as well. But the ball spilled in contact. We'll have a scrum down. Savvy Panthers ball. That was a vicious handoff, but it's come to no avail with the ball spilling through contact. Savvy Panthers are going to put the ball in from the wrong side. Now, we spoke to Amy Wilson-Hardy, the England Sevens star. She's at the Commonwealth Games currently. She was on co-commentary with us at the Lit Sevens a few weeks ago about the trend now of putting the ball in at the wrong side, and that it's a risk worth taking despite the fact that it's closer to the opposition hooker. It does allow the scrum half just to get that ball whipped away nice and quickly, as we saw there. And a big good luck to Amy in her sevens endeavours at the Commonwealth Games. Representing Next Gen 15, I suppose you could say. Savvy Panthers showing a bit of patience now, stepping inside, taking to ground. Hammerheads have got their hands on the ball, cleared out, but they still manage to get the turnover, do they? No, not quite. Referee allowing a real contest on the floor there, so Savvy Panthers under real pressure, stabbed the ball through with the foot, just tidied up by Hammerheads. It's a great tackle though from Savvy Panthers, straight back on their feet and stealing the ball one-handed. That's outstanding from the Savvy Panthers, number 4. Now they look to spread the ball wide. Can they get the ball into the hands of the try scorer on this left-hand side? Yes, they can. She did it once. Can she do it twice? Oh, I think she's going to. The chase is on, but it's bang, bang. 2 tries for the Savvy Panthers, number 7. 2 tries. 2 almost identical scores. And Savvy Panthers have a 10-0 lead with a tricky conversion to come. But that is twice now. They've got the hands into that number 7. Sorry, they've got the ball into the hands of that number 7. It'd help if I get my words in the right order, wouldn't it? And both times she has shown that there is no one to match her pace out on the field at the moment. Glorious wheels. All came from that one-handed turnover from the number 4, and they just spread the ball wide. And once it's in the hands of that number 7, there is nothing anyone can do about it. So, can we get a kick-off to go 10? That's the big question hovering over this one. Yes is the answer. Kick-off goes 10. Hammerheads tidy it up nicely. Oh, another thumping tackle from this number 4 of Savvy Panthers. She is having some defensive game so far. Forcing the knock-on as well. So we'll have a scrum down, Savvy Panthers ball. Time and time again today we've seen the importance of good, solid defence. And we see it again there. Panthers get the ball to the tail, but it's a big scrum from Hammerheads. They've absolutely charged forward and they've turned it over as well. Brilliant work in the scrum from Hammerheads. And number 4 is all over this in defence. She is a channel you do not want to be running down. But Hammerheads finding a little bit of joy elsewhere. Moving the ball out to this right-hand side. But you're not going to get on the outside of this Savvy Panthers number 7. She is too quick, too fast, and our very own Tom on the touchline spots a foot in touch. Savvy Panthers ball. We've had a change of artists over in the band. 3rd set of performers of the day. Savvy Panthers not straight at the line out.
Yo, yo. Hey, Adi. Shout out Finland.
Hammerheads on the
Hello!
attack, running
Hello!
all sorts of lines here, getting the ball out to the outside, scooped out the back to keep it alive. Still they keep it alive, and now they look to attack back down this same side again. Savvy Panthers working hard in defence, but Hammerheads getting really quick ball there. Space if they can find it, having sucked in all the defenders. Savvy Panthers having to work so hard in defence here. Ball back inside, out the back from Hammerheads. They're up into the 22 now. Just hit the brakes a little bit as they look where the space is. Running down that channel of the number 4. She's so brutal in defence. She brings that one down, although the offload comes. But there's support there to make sure this Hammerhead attack can continue. Racking up the phases now are Hammerheads. Savvy Panthers surviving so far. Offload off the deck though. Are they going to get the ball down? Yes, they are. What a glorious passage of play from Hammerheads. Such patience. We must have been close to double figures in phases there. And not far off it in offloads as well. As Hammerheads almost on the stroke of half time, I suspect, narrow this gap to a more manageable margin. Conversion won't go, but we go into half time with that gap halved, and we see here the finish. Move it from that centre field ruck, fixes the last 2 defenders, and then off the deck gets the offload to the inside player. And a lovely little try there, which sends us into half time with Savvy Panthers leading Hammerheads 10 points to 5 in this Women's Cup semi-final. Remember, over on the other pitch we've got Bury Foxes up against the British Army. The winner of that one will be facing the winner of this one in the final at 6:20. So we're just about ready for the second half. We've got dancing touch judges and all sorts now. Party atmosphere in full flow, but on the field, these two are locked in a very good battle indeed. Savvy Panthers leading Hammerheads 10 points to 5 in the Cup semi-final. Deep kickoff from Savvy Panthers, knocked on by Hammerheads. And a great attacking platform to begin this second half for Savvy Panthers. Remember, Hammerheads were 10-0 down, but got right on the score sheet just on the stroke of half time to keep this as a one-try game. As they have done for every right-hand scrum. Just as I say that, they do the exact opposite of what I was going to say. I was going to say from every right-hand scrum, Savvy Panthers have put the ball in from the other side. This time they put it on from the more traditionally correct side. Which I think the lesson in that is that I should learn to keep my mouth shut. Savvy Panthers, it's scrappy ball, but it's their ball still. Trying to get on the outside shoulders, and getting on the outside shoulder brilliantly, the number 16. A beautiful handoff, and then just too much pace for the Hammerhead defence to cope with. That is all her own work there. Going backwards, she just decided, I'm having this. And boy, did she have it. We see the replay there. That was just beautiful, beautiful solo work. And Savvy Panthers restore their 10-point lead. It's 15 points to 5 in this semi-final. Hammerheads are going to respond immediately though. Finally a chink in the armour of the defence. Chased back brilliantly though by Savvy Panthers. Offload though, oh that's brilliant. That is absolutely brilliant from Hammerheads. The offload off the floor, lifted into her teammates' arms. Conversions missed, but the try itself was glorious. And immediately we are back to just a 5-point difference, 15 points to 10 in Savvy Panthers' favour, but Hammerheads, what a response to that try. Brilliant from Hammerheads. We see it here, the offload off the floor and the try in the corner. Apologies there, just having to explain to a few people that if they tug on the wires, the live stream will cut out. And we wouldn't have wanted to miss this as 16 races home for her second try of the game. That is absolutely wonderful. And thank goodness those cables did stay attached, because that was one for the memory bank for Savvy Panthers, number 16. Her first was special, and that one absolutely matched it. Burning home from long range. She looks absolutely shattered after that one. That was a full pace sprint, the length of the field. Conversion could be crucial, and conversions made. Savvy Panthers go 22 points to 10 ahead, and look at this. Raw pace, 70 meters flat out. You can see the legs going to jelly a little bit there as she hits the brakes. And still the slow trudge back. Quite right too, quite right too. I wouldn't have even made it home there. 22 points to 10, her team lead. Hammerheads with just 2 minutes to try and dig out 13 points. Panthers doesn't go 10, but it's collected by Hammerheads, so we will play on. Tackle is made. Yeah, she'll claim she wasn't held, but the ruck had formed by the time she managed to let go and pick up that ball. Difficult because her eyes were always on the floor, so she wouldn't have been aware, but referee bang on with that call, in my book at least. And hey, if we're going to criticise when they're wrong, we're going to praise when they're right. Savvy Panthers stab one through. Chase is probably not quite there, so Hammerheads will just tidy that one up and send a kick through of their own. And uh-oh, look who's in the backfield. How's your energy levels after those 2 tries? Quite low, I'd say. And now she breaks free. She did not want to break free there at all. Broken through. Running in treacle there. The lactic acid is absolutely burning through, but her side are on the attack and could yet find a bit of glory here towards the end. Tidied up by Hammerheads. They're on their own try line. Savvy Panthers are going to look to pin them in there for this last 30 seconds or so. They're just past the try line now. Back behind it again. A poor old 16 for Savvy Panthers is surely due a breather at some point. She is out on her feet, having scored 2 wonderful tries to give her side the advantage. Still hands on knees in the backfield, but she is on the field to claim the glory as Savvy Panthers reach the cup final here at the Norwich Sevens Festival. A 22-10 victory over Hammerheads. 4 tries to Savvy Panthers, 4 lovely tries. Number 7 and number 16 will share the glory on that score. And Savvy Panthers will be up against either the Army or Bury Foxes. They're just finishing up on the other pitch. Here on pitch 1, we are into finals time now. We're about 10 minutes behind schedule, but we move to the men's social final, Phoenix Sevens against 99s, and it is all finals from now on, and every single game is here on the live stream on pitch 1 here at Norwich Rugby Club. Get yourselves on the live stream. If you're here in person, get yourselves around the pitch. The band is playing. The rugby is about to crank up a notch. We've got the men's social final now. After that, we've got the men's bowl final. After that, the women's bowl final. Then the women's cup final. And then finally at 6:40, or more likely about 6:50 as things stand, the men's cup final to finish things off. So I'm going to hand over to our man. Oh no, I'm not going to hand over. I'm going to hand over in a second because I'm going to tell you a little bit more about what's coming up, because I haven't told you who's playing in this men's social final. It's Phoenix Sevens against 99s. The men's social final coming up very shortly. I'll be with you in a second. Will Stace will be your lead.
Welcome back to Norwich Sevens, the men's social final, the first final of many to come in today's fixtures. Phoenix Sevens on the left-hand side of your screens versus the 99s on the right-hand side. The referee puts his thumbs up and we're ready to go. Straight out into touch, which means the 99s will have the put in at the throw. And straight through do they go. Does Phoenix Sevens pick up from the line out and straight over the line to get the first score in this final? Phoenix Sevens burst onto the scene and get the first try of this final.
That's how it works. Wine and dine you, and then wine and not navigate you. I get it. Yes, mate. Get me on that.
Back underway. Phoenix Sevens get us back underway, and we're looking towards an incredible set of finals for you to feast your eyes on today. But this is the first of many. And the 99s in possession now. Very bright pink and light blue kit from the 99s. Phoenix in their red and white hoops. Turnover ball, Phoenix Sevens will regain possession from the referee. A lot of pace going through every single man to the left-hand side of the pitch. He'll keep going towards the corner, touches down and doubles down the lead for Phoenix Sevens. What an excellent start for the Phoenix Sevens in the men's social final. They are 10-0 up. Conversion is not good, which means they'll go back to the restart. Let's have a look at this try again. Ball flies into the hands of the number 7. It's an excellent run that he makes, charging towards that try line. Phoenix Sevens are back again, and they're looking to make it 3 tries in the first 4 minutes of this fixture. Well, the finals have got underway with what has been a whitewash start. Phoenix Sevens looking strong. Conversion is good. Phoenix Sevens are 17 up against the 99s. Not the dream start the 99s wanted, but I'm sure they'll find a way to get back into it if they put their minds to it. Phoenix Sevens looking strong, comfortable and happy in the position they are in. And the 99s have picked up the ball in a decent position, but an excellent tackle from Phoenix. High up on the line are Phoenix. Just look ever so strong and comfortable in this final. But a great ball through, great nudge for the 99s. Number 99 chases down onto the ball, collects, picks up, looks to the corner, and he puts the try back onto the score sheet. The 99s are back into it. No flake as of yet.
I don't know how I got back into the bucket at the same time. But it's good going, guys.
But certainly a way back into the game. It's exactly what they needed on the brink of half-time. And conversion isn't good. Which means a 17-5 lead so far for Phoenix Sevens. Great pick up from that kick. And he has the pace to finish it off. Ball flies into the air and Phoenix happily collect. Bit of a tough battle. Phoenix are happy to keep possession, but it's a grabbing game at this point, and penalty goes the way of 99. And a card will be given. Phoenix man. It will roll over into the second half. As the 99s have an opportunity in the final play of the first half to get a score. Another penalty goes their way. Taken quickly. Looking to move out wide. They've got numbers on here. Option wasn't used. That was a knock on. That will be a scrum to Phoenix.
Ready, advantage there.
I'm going to pick up that mic. I'm pretty sure they're all mic.
And the referee has called for half-time. Phoenix 7 17, 99s get a try back. They've got 5 points, but all to be told, the story to be finished off in the second half. Back underway as 99s kick us off. Phoenix happily collect the ball from the restart. Phoenix with time on the ball. They had a great first half, but they let the 99s come back in just towards the end of it. Apologise for any language you may have just heard. Emotions will be high.
Got 99!
Finals today.
That's not gone well for me, is it? They've got a yellow one. Have they? No, hey, Shane, send the next and take it up.
Sin bin to a 99s man.
Come down here.
And a ball over the top from Phoenix. And a chance to chase the number 6. Ball bouncing everywhere, can't find it, a grip on the ball, but manages to retain possession from the Phoenix side. And straight through the middle does the number 11 go. He'll look towards the posts and he'll touch down to make it 4 tries to Phoenix Sevens. Taking huge advantage of that sin bin of the 99s. And Phoenix with a 22-5 lead, now 24-5 lead. Phoenix team is obviously made up of the old Bedfordians. So proud to play for their school in their time they were there. They've continued that on into their adult life playing in this Sevens tournament in the men's social. They're in the final, they're shining, and they're one step closer towards silverware here at the Norwich Sevens. So the 99s still not over. Still got a chance here. But a penalty goes away of Phoenix. The lads from Bedford are keen to make sure they win this game, but there is a slight injury here on the pitch, which gives a second. The referee calls over some assistance. Back underway. Support will be given on the sideline. He looks like he's okay, but we'll continue as Phoenix have the ball in a good area here. A bit of space to work into. A great offload into the hands of the number 2. And a penalty goes away for the old Bedfordians Phoenix Sevens team. Referee's deliberating over if that one was a try or not. Call is no try, and the 99s will have possession here. Great little bit of interplay. Trying to find their feet and manoeuvre some passes to find that gap and a way through, get themselves back into the game. They were knocking on the door towards the end of the first half, but they haven't found that form in the second as of yet. Once again goes away of the 99s. And a red card has been given to the Phoenix man. They've matched the colour of the kit, has the referee. Red Red is the colour of the kit and red is the colour of the card that's been given. Maybe a huge opportunity and an open door for the 99s to come back. All over the top for the 99s. Big handoff and manoeuvring his way to find the pace on the right-hand side. Can he go the full way? He does. Well, I just said they needed to take advantage of that red card, and they have. A second try on the board for the 99s. If this conversion is taken quickly, they can get back to that halfway line and restart this game. Not over yet. Drama here on pitch 1 of the Norwich Sevens in the first final of many. Continue to go, and they need to get a try now because it looks like our clock will go very red soon. Agonising moments in this final as they do find the line, and there is time to spare. The referee is checking his watch. Quickly will the conversion go? Conversion is not good, but there is time on the clock, says the referee, for one more chance for the 99s to try and win this fixture. Underway, and surely this is the final play. The Phoenix Sevens in control, 22-17, but the 99s have been firing back, and they do have possession. A try here would win them the game. They find a space and gap to run into. The 99s are chasing towards the line, and they found a try to win them the Men's Social Cup. This conversion means everything. They've drawn level as of yet. Full time. Handshakes all round. Just to confirm our final score here, Phoenix Sevens, I believe, have won the men's social competition. I believe we've missed a conversion in here. There seems to be celebrations. Phoenix Sevens, the old Bedfordian team, win the men's social competition 24-22. More to come. The men's open bowl competition final. See you in a sec. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Norwich Sevens. The men's open bowl final here. Wise Monkeys taking on the Hammerheads. The Hammerheads on the left-hand side of your screen to start off with. And the Wise Monkeys paint-style kit on the right-hand side of your screen. Both teams have played some decent rugby today. Just couldn't find a way out of their groups, but they've absolutely smashed it in the bowl competition, making it to the final. This will be a very, very good and intense final for you to watch.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Next tournament, I promise, I'll be there. How are you? How you been?
An interception from the number 5. I will question whether there was a knock-on in the build-up of that. But the Hammerheads go ahead. They are a try up in the first part of this men's open bowl final. The number 2 collects the ball and is ready to convert this, give them a 7-0 lead, which he does. Take a look at this replay here. Just questioning the build up to this. Collects the ball here. Does that bounce and then go into his hands, or is that a knock on? I'm not too sure. By the referee's means, and to the delight of the Hammerheads fans and players, they take an early lead in the men's open bowl final.
Another game?
It's been a while, honestly. I'm more here given
Wise Monkeys looking to find some space on the left-hand side of their pitch. Holding the ball nicely. Just tempting that defence in. Hammerheads have retained possession and go out wide and get a second try. Well, that's a try for Hammerheads. They hammer down into a 12-0 lead. Conversion isn't any good. Let's look at where this is turned over. I was just saying the Wise Monkeys look decent in possession. Just here, that tackle. Ripped from possession. Tries to kick it away, does the Wise Monkeys man, but into the hands of the Hammerheads. And they take a 2-try lead. The Hammerheads raring to go to get a third. The ref reaches into his pocket, offers what we call a slice of cheese towards the Wise Monkeys man. That draws them down to 6 men and could close off their chances becoming champions in the men's bowl. Hammerheads with more time and space to work with, and they use it wisely, getting a third try here within 4 minutes. seconds left on that sin bin. And the Wise Monkeys really need to wise up their ideas and make sure they use possession wisely. It's not been the dream start to them in this final. Wise Monkeys closely connected to Colchester Rugby Club. About an hour away from Norwich. Great to see local clubs coming here. The social and open teams joining up. But the Wise Monkeys are chasing down a kick ball here and kicked again. But will that go too long? It does, and the referee will bring it back. That is a dead ball. Questions over whether that was the right decision. Back on goes the sin bin of the Wise Monkeys. The Wise Monkeys with only seconds to go in this first half of the men's open bowl final. Move it out wide and want to use their pace, and the number 21. Another shot back inside and another pass back inside means the number 14 will go towards the posts and gives a safety net. Moving into the second half for the Wise Monkeys. It's not over yet. Exactly what they needed to do.
I don't know whether I want that.
Conversion is good. 19-7. A few substitutions being made by both sides, and the referee believes there's still time in this one. Possibly a chance for another try for the Wise Monkeys to get back into this. Taken nicely by the Hammerheads. Knock on though given, which will end this first half in the men's open bowl final. The Hammerheads started off really well, but the Wise Monkeys have found a way to push them into a safety net to make that second half even more interesting. Hammerheads 19, Wise Monkeys 7.
Why was the red stand?
Oh yeah. Rip pleasure. Go too hard, they come get split.
we're back underway in the second half, and it's a great take from the Hammerheads. The number 11 striving forwards. One hand on the trophy, might be Hammerheads. Go forward once again, 24-7. Straight under post, this conversion should be an easy one. Conversion is good. Increasing their lead, 26-7. Penalty given to the Wise Monkeys. They'll look to go out wide. The pass is flying over the top. And a great pass inside from the number 14 to work with, but an excellent tackle from the number 8. An even better tackle as it will give them the penalty. Scramble with the Wise Monkeys having the put in. Hammerheads with the ball. To make an option, but it just falls outside here into touch. The line out is long and to the right, which means Hammerheads will happily take possession. Orthodox pass into the right-hand channel. The number... I don't know if you can hear this, but they're...
Oh, hello. That's his fault, not mine. Jay Paul! That's exactly what high tackle! Can they try going on? Okay, we're the one that said I'm fine with the 5-man. You said you were fine with the 5-man. Well, I can't guarantee my space. But with me,
Ladies and gentlemen, sincere apologies here from the Norwich Sevens Festival. A complete loss of power here meant we missed the end of that men's bowls final. I can tell you it was won by Hammerheads. a fantastic performance from them. Here in this Women's Bowl final, we're tied at 5 points apiece, but West Norfolk, who are playing against Fine Rugby now, have just scored their second try of the game to take a 10-5 lead. I can only apologise for the loss of power. We're trying to get to the source of that. We believe
I'm so sorry.
a faulty generator could be the source of the problem. But in more important matters, we are back in action on the field. Fine Rugby now against West Norfolk in the Women's Bowl final. A big thank you to Will Stace for his efforts this afternoon. You are stuck with me, I'm afraid, Angus Savage, for the remainder of today's finals. And following this, we've got two absolute crackers, the Women's Cup final and the Men's Cup final, to finish off what has been an absolutely brilliant day of sevens here at Norwich Rugby Club for the Norwich Sevens Festival. This Women's Bowl final at the moment sees West Norfolk leading 10 points to 5. We will get the graphics up on screen for you very shortly. We're just making sure that everything is in order after the emergency reload on the stream. It wouldn't be life without its challenges, would it? It's just such a shame it's happened to these two sides. West Norfolk then defending against Fine Rugby now. And Fine Rugby now looking to level things up, just can't get away down the right hand side. Ball spilled forward on the right hand side into contact. And there we have the score up there and the clock in this top left hand corner for you. It's all starting to come back together again. Fun and games here at Norwich Rugby Club. And a big, big shout to our crew here who have just put in a monumental 10 minutes of work to get this thing up and running. Absolutely fantastic from them. On the field, Fine Rugby now on the attack, looking to level things up, but they've just spilled that one forward. And when I get a chance, I'm going to talk to you about the referee, because she has more than earned the achievement of refereeing this final. But we've got a scrum to get on with. Put in West Norfolk, and they tidy that one up. Moving on the attack.
But I did say. But I did say.
Fine Rugby now then. With the scrum. Moving the ball from right to left. There's a little bit of space here, but the ball is bouncing. So they have to recover themselves a little bit under pressure. Oh, it's a wonderful pickup from the Fine Rugby now, number 11. Charging away she goes. Fantastic play. And Fine Rugby now are going to level things up with the try underneath the posts. 10 points apiece, and the conversion from underneath the sticks to come.
I'm just airing this out for Chris. Stay. Don't be a wet one.
All level. see the replay of the try here. It was a brilliant pickup. The player was almost isolated, but the number 11 recognised the situation, picked the ball up and just burst around to the space. And how about that for a step inside? Evades the tackle, gets the ball down. Fantastic work. So at half time, West Norfolk women 10, Fine Rugby now 10. We have a game on our hands. So, half-time, score on your screen is just being updated, because Fine Rugby now did, of course, get that conversion at the end. We thought it was an easy one, and they did indeed manage to get it over. Chaos on the field as half-time was being called at the same time. So, Fine Rugby now, having been behind, now lead 12 points to 10. They will kick off in the second half. And for clarity, there on the left-hand side of your screen, in black on the right-hand side of your screen, are West Norfolk ladies in the grey, and it's they that are on the attack here. West Norfolk spreading the ball into the midfield, finding a little bit of a gap. Really nifty footwork there to evade the tackles. Remember, after this, we've got the two big cup finals coming up. The women's followed by the men's. Fine Rugby now. And West Norfolk, though, have got silverware on the line here in this bowl final in the women's competition. And West Norfolk are on the attack. Through the middle they go. Offload through the tackle. And another quick pass, and another. And this is where the space starts to emerge. And this is where the space starts to emerge for the number 12, Georgie Lingham, who is going to race away and put her side into the lead. And she is going to take her time, because today has been a very, very long day of sevens. She dots it down now. 15-12 her side lead. She's going to look to convert her own try. And in a game of such fine margins, these conversions count in the extreme, and she gets that one. 17-12 her side lead, and just look at this. It was the offload out the tackle, the quick pass, and another, and then the nifty footwork to just burn around the outside, leaving the defenders for dead. Georgie Lingham.
I can't remember the situation, so yeah, so there was like, there was something aggregate, so if that team scored from the other team went 2-0,
Fine Rugby now gobble the kickoff right up, an attack around the right hand side. The number 15, is she going to hit back immediately? It looks as though she is. Fine Rugby now in no mood to lose this final. Oh, that was electric. The young number 15 on the outside. I say young, she may not be. They're all young relative to me though, aren't they? Conversion miss there, but Fine Rugby now level the game up at 17 points apiece. Just look at this. Kickoff straight into the chest of Fine Rugby now, and the offload through the tackle, and it is wheels upon wheels from the 15, sorry, on the outside. Glorious. Oh, we are being treated to some real pace out here today. West Norfolk then gather the kickoff. Oh, but the ball squirts loose. Could this be the moment? 12 on 12. Oh, it's brilliant cover tackling, but does she get the ball down? She does, I think. The try is awarded Oh, that was fantastic rugby from both sides there. Both 12s going at it. A wonderful pickup with the loose ball from the Find Rugby Now 12. She went charging away. Lingham looked to charge her down. We saw how quick she is, but she couldn't quite make up the gap. And as she hauled her down, the Find Rugby Now 12 found a way to get that ball down for a 22-17 lead. Conversion just missed. And Find Rugby Now have a 22 points to 17 lead. Just look at this. She bursts through from the loose ball. Look at that covered defence. She fights her way to get that ball down. Tremendous commitment from both players there. Well, we are reaching a real crescendo here at the Norwich Sevens Festival, aren't we? And a crescendo in the tackle here with Maul is held up, but the ball ripped away by the West Norfolk 8. Strength of the Ox there through contact, and still she shows that strength. And then bursting through the middle is the number 9, Amber Wadlow. It's a foot race, but Find Rugby Now catch her. The touchline is exploding with noise. Through goes Lucy Shaw now in contact, looking to wrestle the ball free. Getting the offload away now. The contact area is so tight. Into the hands of the number 8. Charging towards the line. She goes into the 22 we are now. West Norfolk need this score. 5 points behind. They've got the penalty. I've got to tell you about this referee at some point as well. It's all going on. West Norfolk up to the pitch and across the line. They level it up and it's underneath the posts. Conversion to take the lead. Conversion made. 24-22 West Norfolk lead as we look at the replay of that try, and it was just direct, pure power from West Norfolk. They earned the penalty. And in they take it into contact, rolling through one, getting the offload away, and then charging through and underneath the posts. And we have little more than a minute left on the clock. And West Norfolk have a 2-point lead to defend. And I've got to tell you about this referee, Miss Lee. She's Spanish. She grew up around here, went back to Spain, and she has come back especially to referee this tournament. Absolutely fantastic. What commitment and what deserved effort it's been to be rewarded with this final. And as fantastic an achievement as that is, and a fantastic effort, and just a real show of what rugby means and the efforts that referees go through for everyone to enable these games to go ahead. I'm sure that she, as much as anyone else, would appreciate that we have got to focus on the action on the field at the moment, because this game is in the balance and we are moving towards final play territory. The referee has a glance at her watch.
Yeah. I use hairbands to keep my socks on. So
Scrum down.
tape just keeps running out.
West Norfolk ball.
Except for they kind of
You get the feeling this has got to be last play. And Find Rugby Now are going to have to find a way of turning this scrum over. They're going to have to give this absolutely everything. They do give it everything, charging back. Scrappy ball for West Norfolk to deal with. They're not trying to kick it out yet. They're going to look for more than that because they've got Georgie Lingham, and we know how much pace she has, and she is going to finish this game on the ultimate high. West Norfolk and Georgie Lingham are going to win this Women's Bowl final here at the Norwich Sevens Festival. And what a way to win it. A try with the last play of the game from Georgie Lingham, who has been sensational all day, and that is the final whistle. It's confirmed. West Norfolk ladies win the bowl final here at Norwich Rugby Club. and just take in this replay. I was calling for them to kick it out, but Lingham knows way better than me. She knows she has gas to burn, and she went flying around the outside. West Norfolk are your bowl champions here at the Norwich Sevens Festival. And look at this from Fine Rugby now. All of their staff, all of their men's team as well, clapping their side off the field. How fantastic to see. If anything sums up that group of women and men, it's that. A team in the truest sense of the word. But so too, as we see walking across the front of our screens, our West Norfolk women. We may have missed the first couple of minutes of this final due to that generator issue, but I'll tell you what, it was worth the wait, wasn't it, for what we got on screen. That was an absolutely fantastic game of rugby, tit for tat the whole way, and Georgie Lingham can take the plaudits for a fantastic couple of tries. And so no sooner do we celebrate as someone brings their banner onto the field. I'm not quite sure what it says yet, but hopefully it's nothing too rude. A ban is discrimination. I see that's about the RFU Council's decision earlier this week, yesterday I think it was. A statement there from Barry Foxes about transgender rights in the women's game. Clearly an issue felt very, very strongly about, even within that RFU council. That was on the field. It's Savvy Panthers against the Berry Foxes. And this is the big one, the Women's Cup final. The winner of this one will go home and they will be able to say, we are the champions of the Norwich Sevens Festival. Savvy Panthers against Berry Foxes. Berry Foxes had to beat the Army to get into this final. That tells you an awful lot about them. Savvy Panthers, well, we know so much about them. We've spoken about them all day, their performances through the year. But we are just about ready to go in this Women's Cup final here at the Norwich Sevens Festival, and Berry Foxes claim the kickoff well, playing in their Joe Marler shirts, which I have to say I'm a big fan of. Again, sorry, Berry Foxes are the team that I have a team sheet for, but sadly I don't have numbers to correspond. So I'm going to read out the team because they deserve that for having given us the team sheet. We've got Chantel Wigan, Flo Webb, Sian Smith, Lucy Kerr, Steph Duran, Georgie Palmer, Heather Barry, Kate Marks, Grace Dean, Anna Stockter, Alex Rolls, Emma West, Amy Hanrathy, Sophia John, and Lottie Mountford. And it's Berry Foxes that have got the early possession in this game. Much of the opening minute dominated by them, and down the right-hand side they go charging, but a foot in touch over on that far side. You can feel the tension. Just a look around us here just shows you how much interest is on both this women's final and the final to come afterwards. The touchlines are packed. The band are patiently waiting to get cracking, but they know this game is where the interest lies. We've got sofas set up around the far touchlines and try lines. We've got teams from all the different competitions parked around the touchlines, and we've got two superstar teams on the field as Berry Foxes probe into the 22, but a thundering tackle from Savvy Panthers, knocking them backwards. Berry Foxes into the 22. but crawling through they go, and it's a penalty here to Savvy Panthers.
Yeah, what I mean is, yeah, some of the things you can only play against another team of men who, that's the difference. It's a difference.
Savvy Panthers up to halfway. Oh, what a counter ruck from Berry Foxes. The competition on the floor is rife, but in their excitement at that counter attack, they go off their feet. So we'll have a penalty to the Savvy Panthers. And I'm going to try and calm myself down here in commentary. It has been a rip-roaring last 10 minutes or so. Savvy Panthers working down the right-hand side. Good pace on the outside from the number 1. And she is going to open the scoring in this cup final. Savvy Panthers showing great pace around the outside, and she gets herself all the way underneath the posts. Opening score goes the way of Savvy Panthers. Such pace around the outside, it looked as though the cover was there. But sometimes you can have all the cover in the world, but raw pace is just undefendable.
37. 10 off. 18.
Conversion good as well, so it's a 7-0 lead. As we look here at the replay, it's a good delay on the pass, and just look at that, steps on the accelerator, and there is simply no catching her. Savvy Panthers, oh, that's a fantastic kick. Comes off the knees of Berry Foxes. Ref says it's clipped a finger on the way through to that knee as well. So we will have a scrum down, Savvy Panthers ball.
Just in case we change the rules.
Savvy Panthers, well, we've seen them use this tactic a lot, haven't we? Putting the ball in from the right-hand side of the scrum, and it works again. Quick ball from the scrum half, feeds the back line. There's the try scorer with the ball. Out to the number 7. We saw her score 2 wonder tries in the semi-final, but it's the number 1 who's flying here, almost around for a second try.
You're next? Yes, don't be shit.
Savvy Panthers, this is wonderful handling, and the handling is just creating so much space, and they don't even need the extra player on the outside. Such was the brilliance of their handling and the pace that they're playing at, that the number 8 is able to just stroll home a player on her outside that she simply did not need in the end. Oh, glorious, glorious rugby from Savvy Panthers. Conversion just skis wide. So we look here at the replay. Just look at this crisp passing from Savvy Panthers. Absolutely flying through, running onto it, and just that ability to hit the ball at pace means the defence just cannot drift quickly enough. And in the end, they've got 2 girls spare on the outside. A 12-0 lead for the Savvy Panthers. Not the start the Berry Foxes were after. But they received the kickoff and they look to stab it forward. Chase is on. Ball sits up though, so Panthers able to cover it into the hands of the number 4, the defensive demon. Her pass out though is spilled.
I know he is. Prick.
Spilled backwards though, so it's into the hands of that number 7, and she has pace to burn as well. And she is going to show that she is not the only rapid one in this Savvy Panthers side. The chase is coming in, but the Savvy Panthers number 7 is going to win the foot race and score her side's 3rd try of the game. Oh, this is just glorious from Savvy Panthers. You talk about performing in the big moments, and they are doing just that. They've been good all day, but in this final so far, they are playing some of their absolute best stuff. Conversion doesn't quite make it, so we look at the replay and look at this. It's just raw pace, and there is no substitute for it. Fantastic from Savvy Panthers. Savvy Panthers lead at half-time against Bury Foxes, 19 points to 0. They have been absolutely fantastic. One more game to go after this, and it is the Men's Cup final. To give you an idea of who's coming up in that, it is the 2 teams that we predicted way back when this morning. Such has been the quality they have played with. Bordeaux Beg against the British Army. Now that game was supposed to kick off at 6:40. We're obviously only at half time here in this one, so we're running about 10 minutes or so behind schedule. Good news for fans of live rugby, bad news for fans of catching trains. But hey, you can't have it all, can you? But let's not get too far ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, especially if they fucking sprint to the fucking far end along again.
Just about ready for the second half. Back underway. For the second half, Savvy Panthers, as you know, leading 19 points to 0 against Bury Foxes. And a scrum, Bury Foxes' first meaningful action of this second half. Bury Foxes on the scrum, go charging around the blind side.
Hold it, Kelly! Hold it! Time, girls, time!
Savvy Panthers seize on the loose ball. Through the middle they go, offloading. Fantastic work from Bury Foxes in defence. Needed to be as well. Savvy Panthers have got a couple of offloads in, and we know how dangerous those offloads can be. We know how dangerous Savvy Panthers can be. Just a quick burn of pace, and away they go. And here goes the opening try scorer, the number 1, and I do not think there's going to be any catching her, although this is a fantastic effort. Oh, and she has been caught. The commentators curse and a half, and turned over to boot. I think that ball was deliberately thrown forward. I think the referee, I think everyone was so disorientated, no one quite knew what was going on there. We've seen yellow cards for less deliberate knock-ons than that today. But I think such was the confusion going around that I think we've settled on it just being a scrum. What a fantastic, fantastic bit of work to cover and make that tackle from Barry Foxes, then to turn the ball over. That pass was most definitely forward. And of that, we can be fairly certain. But I wonder if the referee and the touch judge are just having a little chat about that, because I don't think they had any idea what was going on there. But finally, they've got enough heads together here to have worked out that it's most definitely a Barry Foxes scrum. So Barry Foxes live to fight another day. That fourth try would have probably been terminal, but they still need to get on the score sheet and get on the score sheet quickly if they're to overcome this 19-point deficit. But with offloads like that, they might have a shot getting it off the floor fantastically well. But what a shot that is from Savvy Panthers. Their defense has been every bit as good as their attack today. Been a feature of the best teams here. There is no difference in quality between their defense and their attack. And now watch out, they're on the counter looking for space. Pass doesn't quite go to hand, so Barry Foxes come in, but still there is a bit of space. Ball goes wide into the hands of the number 7. Now we know she's got gas. She steps inside and now she's going to try and accelerate away. The chase comes in again. It's 7 on 7, and once again Barry Foxes working oh so hard here. Knock on from Savvy Panthers, so Foxes will play it. I don't think anyone knows what's going on out there. No one seemed to want to pick it up or tackle or anything. It's a sea of confusion. That one, no, that's not backwards. It's chaos out there. A little bit of order. Now I think we're playing advantage to Savvy Panthers. And now Savvy Panthers are going to look to make good on that advantage, get an offload away from that break down the right hand side. Looking to step in and then out, and now there's a bit of space, a great pass. Charging towards the line, and that is the fourth try. Savvy Panthers. Well, surely that's the game. About 2.5 minutes left to play. And that could be the game. The conversion is landed, 26 points to 0. As we look at the replay here. So, Savvy Panthers, it's almost a victory parade now, isn't it? They've got the penalty. They're 4 tries to the good, 26 points to 0 in front. About a minute left to play. Barry Foxes, I cannot express to you how hard they have worked, not just to be in this final, but in this final. 2 or 3 times they have stopped certain tries through sheer will. But ultimately there has been nothing they can do about this Savvy Panther machine, and we see the machine in action again. No, we don't. Dropped across the line. Oh, all you can do is say thank goodness it's not going to affect the outcome of this game, because that, oh, that's the stuff of nightmares. This stuff of nightmares. Someone get Freddie Burns on the phone. He knows about that. He can talk to her, and I'll tell you what Freddie Burns also knows a thing or two about. He knows a thing or two about winning silverware, and that is what the Savvy Panthers will be thinking about out there. No thoughts of that drop, just thoughts of the silverware that is to come. Scrum on their own 5-metre line for Bury Foxes. But an early shove gives a free kick to Savvy Panthers, and they just boot it out and claim the title of Norwich Sevens Festival Women's Champions, Savvy Panthers. 26-0 they win over Bury Foxes. A slightly bizarre ending to the game, but a wonderful performance from start to finish from Savvy Panthers. They have been absolutely glorious throughout the day. A word too to Bury Foxes. Second place is no mean feat in what has been a quite outstanding day from them. Their Joe Marler shirts will live long in the memory. Their play on the field will last even longer. Some of that cover defence was utterly brilliant in the final. But Savvy Panthers have just been brilliant in absolutely every facet of the game. I wish I could shout out the individuals, but I'll shout out the numbers of some of those who just impressed beyond belief. The number 1, the number 7, the number 4, the defensive demon. The number 16, who in the semi-final was just outstanding. Sadly unable to partake in the final due to injury. But it has been a quite outstanding performance from Savvy Panthers. And we are not done yet here at Norwich Rugby Club. The Norwich Sevens Festival has one more gift to give, and it's a biggie. It is the Men's Cup Final. Bordeaux Beg Development, UBB Development, up against the British Army. Good news on so many fronts here, not least that we have a team sheet for both sides. So we are going to get the full treatment here, names and all. But more importantly, the full treat is that we have two utterly outstanding sides here. They have been the pick of the bunch since first thing this morning. They really have. And before we get started though, I'm just going to talk to you about our refereeing team. Chris Monroy, who's been a superstar referee on the Woe Hydrate Super 7 series this summer. He's been absolutely fantastic. And he's assisted by Dean Hosley, fantastic assistant. And Andrew Jackson, the Premiership referee, is on the far touchline. So we've got a real treat for you in officialdom. We've got a treat for you in terms of the players playing. And we have got a treat for you in that this is the climax of the Norwich Sevens Festival. Savvy Panthers are your women's champions as they walk across in front of us. They're looking ready to celebrate. Who will be the men's champions alongside them? Well, we are about to find out. On the left-hand side of your screens are UBB Development, Bordeaux Beg for short, the Bordeaux Beg Academy. And on the right-hand side of your screen in red are the British Army. And we are underway. The kickoff claimed by the Army. These two have played sensational rugby all day. The pace and the ferocity that both of them play at in both attack and defence is quite something to behold. And we are witnessing two very special sides here, and it's a big start from the Army, getting across and over halfway. Ball going backwards as it spills. Look at the depth on this Army attack. Half the team you can't even see on your screen, such as the depth that they've imparted on the attack. Huge physical contest and a penalty. No release from Bordeaux Beg, and the Army go quickly, looking to make an early mark and an early impact on this pitch, on this game rather. Big looping pass out into the midfield from the Army. Switched all the way to the right hand side into the hands of Radinirova. glorious handling. So many of this Army side hail from Fiji, and you can really see that in the way they play sevens, refusing to give up possession of the ball. They take it into contact this time. Look at the speed of ball they get, and now the acceleration through the middle they go. Joeli Radovu opens the scoring for the Army. And that right there is what sevens is all about. If you keep the ball for long enough and you keep your patience, the gaps will come. And my word, when the gap came, boy, did Radovu take advantage of it. Stamping on the accelerator, hitting that right foot, rounding the defender. The conversion is made. And already we have a bit of cramp in the Bordeaux Beg lineup, which just shows you how hard they had to work in defence there. Such was the Army's impact. We've played 2.5 minutes of this game basically, and the Army have had possession for all 2.5. In the game of sevens, you stand almost no chance of not conceding when a side is able to do that. Kick-off claimed, superbly by Bordeaux Beg, but the loose ball bounces the way of the Army. Will it sit high enough? No, just goes dead. Oh, how about that kick-off receipt from Gabriel Busquets? Absolutely phenomenal. 22 then, and it's taken quickly by Leonard Busquets. Brothers in this Bordeaux Beg lineup up to halfway. Now what can Bordeaux do? This is their first spell of possession. They've got a penalty and they go quick, and it's the danger man, Antoine Poussin. Poussin finds a bit of space in behind, dabs the ball into it. Will he win the foot race? Not quite. Tidied up very nicely by the Army. Oh, this is lovely. Evading tackles. Look at these hands. Delightful soft hands from the Army. And now they find space. Stepping back inside. Oh, it's a glorious tackle. But look at the way they just force the ball away from the danger. Offloading. Oh, this is delicious. Absolutely delicious rugby. Oh, listen to that. The rafters are coming down here. Urai Ulivesi is the man who will get the try, or he will when he eventually puts the ball down. He is taking every ounce of time he can. But oh my goodness. How is that for a bit of rugby sevens? Well, we said all day that the Army looked good, but that's the best they've looked. That was absolutely astonishing play. Conversion is to come. 12-0 they lead, 4.5 minutes played. Conversion is nailed for a 14-0 lead. But take a look at this as we see the tail end of it. He just managed to balance it in his fingertips, the little hitch kick, but it was all about what came before. Having been under threat from the Poussin chip through, we had 4, 5, 6 bits of soft handling from the Army. And then when they stepped on the gas, boy, did they step on it. But I'll tell you what, boy, as Gabriel Busquets stepped on the gas there as well, taking the ball into contact. Happy to be physical, but the Army don't mind a bit of that either. They can play the rough stuff if they need to. Bordeaux Beg, what can they show us? Well, they've got a bit here. Victor Gayoun has a go, but the ball is loose. And the Army want to take advantage of it, and they're going to race home for a third try in this first half. Napoleone Taburere. Oh, how about that? Clinical from the Army. Bordeaux Beg, they've been so good all day, but right now they are playing in a game that they are almost bystanders in. Such has been the quality of this Army performance so far. We know what this Bordeaux side can do. The likes of Poussin, the likes of Busquets, Guyane have so much quality, but they are just unable to put it down. Guyan here tries to get the pass away, but such is the strength of the hit on him that the ball springs loose and into the hands of Tablareri, who just obliges his side by strolling home. And the conversion, by the way, was made, so it's a 21-0 lead for the Army. As the kick doesn't quite go 10, so Bordeaux have a chance to try and find a way back into this game. We are still in the first half, so there's time yet, but the Army's aggressive defence is forcing them to think outside the box, putting in the crossfield kick. And that is just not the game that Bordeaux have been playing all day. It's been all about fast handling. But this Army defensive line is just putting so much pressure on them that they're being forced to play a completely different type of rugby to that which we've seen so far today. It is hard to comprehend what a superb performance this is. This could well be the last play of the half, and you wouldn't put it past the Army doing something special here. They may not need to. They've got a penalty. Bordeaux straight offside from the line out. The Army could put this one into touch, but it wouldn't surprise me if they have a little dabble. No, they're going to go to touch. Thumping kick. Thumping kick down towards the stage from Radian Irova, the number 4 who opened the try scoring. So we'll have a line out. Army ball. Just shy of the 22. Surely they can't get a 4, can they? Well, it's gathered. First part of the job done. Bordeaux Beg working hard in defence. The Army absolutely whipping their passes out here. Straight out to this left wing. And cutting back inside they go. Physicality coming in from Bordeaux in defence, but the Army just retaining the front foot, and their handling is so good. So crisp that it's hard to do anything about it. Retaining possession of the Army. Back inside they cut. And they're going to be away for yet another try. Oh, this is just astonishing. Emosi Vunivosa, the latest try scorer. And the referee, I think, wants a word with one of the Bordeaux Beg players, who I think have just released a bit of their frustration. Referee just reading the right act a bit there. As we wait for the conversion to be taken, this is just brutal, brutal rugby from the Army. I think the referee wants a further word. He does want a further word. He sent the Bordeaux Beg player to the bin for that back chat. The Army knock over the conversion. 28-0 they lead at half-time here against Bordeaux Beg, and when the second half resumes, Bordeaux are going to be 4 tries down, and they're going to be a man down as well. And given the stunning performance of this Army side in the first half, it is going to be a tall, tall order in the second half. Half time, British Army 28, Bordeaux Beg 0. So at half time, we're just going to do a bit of a recap of what's happened today in the finals. First final we had was the men's social final. Phoenix Sevens took that 26-22, an absolute thriller that one was. Then we had the men's bowl. That was won by the Hammerheads 24-7 against the Monkeys rather. Women's bowl final was an absolute cracker between West Norfolk and Fine Rugby Now. West Norfolk won that 29-22. And of course the game that just finished about 7 minutes ago or so, Savvy Panthers against Bury Foxes. Savvy Panthers were absolutely outstanding in that one, winning 26-0. But here at half-time in the final, in what is a final between two teams that have been by far and away the pick of the bunch all day, Bordeaux Beg and the British Army. The British Army are putting in one of the most stunning performances we have seen, not just today, but in any of the finals that we've covered here at Next Gen 15 over the course of this 7th season. 28-0 they lead. Bordeaux Beg are a man down. They had a yellow card going into half-time. And it was the number 6, Gabriel Busquets, who received the yellow. Army kick doesn't quite go 10. So Bordeaux Beg will have a chance to eat out a bit of this yellow card time in possession because they'll have a free kick on halfway. Antoine Poussin will be the man to take the free kick, who I have to say has been one of the absolute magicians of this tournament. But even he may not have enough magic to conjure a way to a win in this final. Poussin out to Gerardo. Gerardo steps through, but the Army sweeper is more than the equal to him. Doesn't get himself around behind the back foot though, so we'll have a penalty. Poussin goes quick. Bordeaux going back to the sort of rugby they played earlier on in this tournament. Oh, what an offload out the back. Victor Guyan with the try, but Bordeaux Beg, they're not going to go out of this one without a fight. The perfect start to the second half for them, opening their account for the final. Victor Guyan, the try scorer, but it was all about the offload from Jules Deportier. Just look at this, Poussin goes fast, and this is the rugby we saw from them earlier on in the tournament, attacking the line really hard. And then Deportier with that delicious offload, and Guyan with the try. The conversion was made, so it's a 28-7 lead now for the Army. Surely Bordeaux Beg can't do this, can they? We've got about 5.5 minutes to find out. Let's see what happens where the Army are in possession, cutting in field. They've been so threatening every time they've had the ball so far today. And they maintain that threat now. They're going to try. Oh, they're more than going to try. They're going to stretch this lead even further. Oh, wonderful stuff. It's the skipper, Peter Ratukedru, with the try. Well, that's one way of responding to conceding a try, isn't it? That is one way indeed. Look at that, just steps off the left, and he just has too much pace for either defender to deal with. I apologise, it may not actually have been the skipper. In fact, I think it was the number 2, Bilami Tunavaki. Apologies to him. Conversion was made, so it's a 35-7 lead for the Army. And if there was a glimmer of hope there with that try from Bordeaux Beg, I think the Army have just extinguished that glimmer. The Army
some random like lad.
4 minutes away from the title here. 4 minutes away from glory. 4 minutes away from being the Norwich Sevens Festival champions. Surely now it's just a matter of time. Bordeaux Beg have shown us what they can do. But they need 4 converted tries and another score of some sort to overhaul this deficit. And the time is just ticking away here. They're going to have a go from deep inside their own half, though, as we would expect them to. But look at the competition from the Army. A bit too fierce this time as the referee awards the penalty. So Bordeaux bring it out here to the 22. Once again, they go for the big cross field, but this time it works out. Back in field they go to Castagnier. Gets a really nice offload away to Lucas Toulouse. Toulouse now stabs one through. How's the bounce? It sits up, does it? No, not quite. Oh, so close. Nathan Gagnac just couldn't gather. The Army will have a scrum 5 meters out. Oh, it was lovely play that, wasn't it, from Bordeaux Beg. We really didn't get to see anything of them in the first half, but in this second half we've just seen glimpses of the side that we've all been waxing lyrical about through the bulk of this competition. Oh, they're so tricky, those ones. You're just begging for the ball to sit up into your grasp. And then when you end up reaching for it, it just never quite goes your way. What did the Army got from their own try line? Oh, they've got a bit of something. They get around the outside, keep the ball in field just about, but it's turned by Bordeaux. The ball's bouncing everywhere. I think in the end what we have is a line out to the Army. Looked as though there were about 8 or 9 different decisions that could have been made there. Line out then. To Bordeaux Bay. Bordeaux searching for a second, pulling the ball back with a bit of depth on it now, stepping inside. Can they finish with a bit of a shine? Their performances all day deserve that, but the Army are in no mood to give up free chances here. Their defence once again forcing the error.
Go, gadget, boot.
Although the hack through goes into touch, so we'll have a Bordeaux line out. Got to be pretty close to final play now. Our clock is in the red. The referees just slightly behind. Correct, I should point out. As Bordeaux look to aim at a high. Oh, and they are going to, are they? Steps back inside, cover comes in. Can he reach the try line? No, he can't. The ball is knocked on. And that's it. It's all over. The Army, the British Army, are your Norwich Sevens Festival champions. A quite outstanding performance here in the final against Bordeaux Beg. 2 utterly brilliant teams that have been the shining lights from start to finish today. Bordeaux Beg deserve to feel proud of their performances today, but the Army have put in the performance of the day in the final. Absolutely brilliant. 4 tries in the first half. A 5th try added after that faint glimmer of hope for Bordeaux Beg when they scored theirs. And the Army just extinguished that almost immediately with that final try from Tunavaki. all that remains really for us to do here is to say a huge thank you to Norwich Rugby Club for putting on an absolutely fantastic show, and it's a show that's going to go on long into the night here because the stage is set, the bands have arrived, you've heard them playing in the background through the day, the volume is about to get cranked up to the max. On the field, the action has been absolutely fantastic. We've had touch last night, we had netball today, and in the rugby today, we have had some absolutely glorious stuff. We've got 5 champions, Phoenix Sevens winning the men's social tournament, Hammerheads winning the men's bowl, West Norfolk women winning the women's bowl, and our 2 champions of the Norwich Sevens Festival in the women's competition, Savvy Panthers, who have been superb from start to finish, and in the men's competition, the British Army, who have brought the form they showed in the Super 7 series earlier this year, and they have put it to fruition here at Norwich Rugby Club. They are your Norwich Sevens Festival champions. We have been NextGen15 here bringing you the Norwich Sevens Festival. Thank you very much for watching. Safe travels everyone getting home. Enjoy the rugby that's to come.
That's